sort of coming. Chapter 10:30. Outside the sky, the stars are splendid, and the Tianhe is boundless. A small old man wearing a purple robe, sitting on top of a huge gourd that seemed to float in the galaxy, and beside him was an old scholar who twitched his beard and smiled, posing as if he was looking forward to it. He said in a deficient tone, "Brother you are now a great cultivator of the 14th realm. It is said that when you reach this realm, your external objects are all burdens. If friends and relatives come here to congratulate you later, those congrats, why don't you help me collect it, brother?" Yu Xian had already joined the Tao here, and obtained a scroll of the dazzling river map of the flowing treasures. The map shows the galaxy, and the river map is the star map. Since ancient times, only the moral sages have seen it, and they are lucky enough to see it. Therefore, Yu Xian's acquisition of this thing is definitely an unexpected joy. After all, it is the kind of legendary God's destiny, a gift from the Tao. Even Yu Xian, who has never been poor in his whole life and does not blink his eyelids even when he sees an immortal soldier, still has a smile that cannot be concealed. Originally, Yu Xian still laughed at himself, but after all, he never really achieved the realm of not being happy with things. Fortunately, the old scholar left a sentence earlier, "Brother Yu is indeed a person who has achieved Taoism, and I have long been overwhelmed with pride, and I can't smile from ear to ear." The old man who held this scroll raised his arm and said with a hearty smile, "If it wasn't for Wenxing, how could you get this? If there are real Taoists who come here, all the gifts will belong to Wenxing." As for the old scholar himself being a legendary 14 realms, and the self-contradictory statement, Yu Xian didn't bother to care about it. Not to mention Wenxing's help this time, it would be equivalent to personally helping Yu Xian to get together earlier here, but only to say that the old real person is holding a picture of the river, a congenital treasure. How can it be measured by the money of the gods? The old Shotsai took out 2 pots of wine from his sleeves, which he did not know where they came from, threw a pot to Yu Xian, drank a pot himself, and said with a face, "My brother is really poor now and can't open the pot." I laughed. I made my brother laugh. Yu Xian smiled and said, "A gentleman seeks Tao, not food." The old Shotsai nodded vigorously. "It is very, very good. A gentleman is not worried about poverty." After taking a sip of wine, the old Shotsai stretched his neck, looked over to the world, and quickly reminded, "Brother Yu, it seems that someone is coming. Put it away. Put away the river map quickly, so as not to be misunderstood that you are showing off your family." Yu Xian heard the words helplessly and said, "Wenxing, let's not hide the truth. The poor road can't do it for the time being, he can only carry it in his hand." Yu Xian, who had just successfully joined the Tao, was temporarily unable to hold this river map, and he couldn't even cast a blind eye on it. You can't even make it into your sleeve, let alone refining it into a life object. In fact, Yu Xian is destined to be unable to refine this river map, and can only keep it for you. People are like a library, like a collection of books. But even so, in the long years of cultivating in the future, Yu Xian can repeatedly read and observe this picture anytime and anywhere, and the benefits of the Tao are extraordinary. Together with Fu Lu, the old master can be said to be the ultimate and difficult attainment, and he can make further progress. It is precisely the difference of this one step that is the real difference between heaven and man. For example, now, Yu Xian just did a little extrapolation and calculation, and found that more than 10 kinds of big symbols that used to belong to the attic in the sky can all be drawn with confidence. The old Shotsai said, "Let me try it out." Without hesitation, Yu Xian threw the star map in his hand towards Wenxing. The old scholar raised his sleeves and put a star map in his sleeves. Yu Xian was stunned. The old scholar shrank his neck, held his sleeve with one hand, and immediately raised his butt, as if he was about to run away when he took the baby. Yu Xian was calm. The old scholar sat down again angrily, and said with a face full of guilt, forgive me, every time I drink too much, it's just like this, habit, it's purely habit. The first human visitor can be described as rich and beautiful, with a willow branch attached to his waist. It was Lu Qi who stayed at the sun-falling ferry in the wild world. The old scholar laughed. It is not surprising that Lu Qi left his friend Chao group and came here alone on this trip. Need to know that this Lu Qi, formerly known as Lu Sanbian. Obviously he came from an official family, so why did he take such a name? There is an undocumented gossip on the mountain in the later generations, saying that it was Zhou's 8 characters and the name. And this picture of the river where Yu Xian is temporarily the master has appeared a few times in the long history of 10,000 years. There was once a master Taoist priest who was said to be the anonymous master of Huolongjinren. His Taoist name was Bai Yun, but he did not know his real name. I have seen the scene of the star map coming out of the river with my own eyes, and then leaked the secret to the monks in the world, leaving behind the mysterious theory of 3 changes of the dragon map and 2 obscure schemas. Lu Qi arrived in the shape of a rainbow, and when he saw Wen Sheng and Yu Xian, he stopped, bowed and saluted. I have seen Wen Sheng, congratulations to Yu Zhenren. Yu Xian got up and made a bow in return. The old scholar jumped up and saluted. Previously at the Confucian temple, the old Xiuzai, Su Zi, and the talented Lu Qi in front of him each asked for a copybook. What is the value? They are all readers, talking about money is vulgar. Lu Qi once created Lu Jinjing, which is the retaining people's realm with mixed reputations. I don't know how many pretentious geniuses of Taoism have been delayed. Of course, it is a kind of self-mistake. As recognized as one of the most underrated cultivators in the world, Lu Qi really made people look up to him after this battle. On the sea where Yangtze occupies an absolutely favorable location, Lu Qi was able to crush Yangtze's water law with his magical powers, which made many Haoran cultivators fascinated. Chen Qinglu, the man who killed the dragon, had been to the Gongda forest in the previous discussion in the Confucian temple, and took the initiative to visit the old scholar who had restored the Confucian temple. The preacher and mentor of Jing Juzhong in Beidasheng couldn't stand the old Zayakai's persuasion. After a few drinks, he said a few sincere words. According to Chen Qinglu, Yang Ji, who was trying to escape back to the wilderness, would not have to bother the Confucian temple to her to the divine continent of Middle-earth if he met him at sea instead of Lu Qi. The implication is that as long as he uses his sword, Yang Ji, one of the great demons of the old throne, will not be able to live. Naturally, the old Xiuzai would not think that the other party was bragging and not drafting, because what Chen Qinglu said was true and absolutely true. Besides, this guy can be Jing Zhezhong's master, so what if he brags about it? Who is not convinced, and has the ability to go to Baidi City to find Jing Juzhong, saying that your master is bragging, I can't be angry. Chen Qinglu seemed to ask casually at the time, did Lu Qi really use more than 300 spells? The old scholar nodded. The outside world said there were 356 types. It was not easy to determine the exact number here at the Confucian temple. Anyway, it was less than 400. Chen Qinglu said with a smile, still a bit capable. Of course, the old scholar knew that Lu Qi would definitely enter the 14 realms. As for Su Zi, because there is Bai Yi, the great celestial master Zhao Tianlai, and because of the pure Yang Lu Yen, whether or not he can enter the 14 realms, there are 2 things to say. In any case, that little girl named Chai Wu was able to climb to the sky in 1 step at Qingping Sword Sect, and directly enter the 5 realms from the retention realm. Lu Qigong was extremely powerful. So the old Xiuzai laughed in his heart. It is better to be early than to be coincidental, and it is better to hit the sun when you choose a day. I also wish Mr. Lu a smooth journey here. Lu Qi was stunned for a while, then bowed again and thanked him. This trip is true. So it didn't stay long. The old Xiuzai sat back on the gourd and continued to drink. He never received any congratulations from Lu Qi's side, so he had a little regret. Then there was an old boatman holding a bamboo wormwood and leisurely rafting in the galaxy. It was the eldest disciple who was regarded by Chao Rong and the others as a senior but was not recognized by Lu Qin, Gu Qingsong, whose name was Xian Cha. The Milky Way is splendid, and the boats and roads in the world are poor. Since ancient times, the only way to go to the Tianhe has been by Xian Cha. The old Shotsai hurriedly got up to greet him, strode out, went straight to the boat-punching boat, stepped on the bow of the boat, and said diligently, "Oh, isn't this Senior Xian Cha? I haven't seen you for a long time. What's the matter? You don't look very energetic. What's the matter, and what great master has you learned about Taoism? Do you want my brother to help me and say a few words of justice?" Gu Qingsong was a little confused for a while. In fact, he and the fourth-ranked Wenxing in the Confucian temple had no interaction before today, and it seemed that they had never chatted for a while. As soon as the old scholar became famous too quickly, he felt that he was born and became famous only a few years ago. In the blink of an eye, he went to the Confucian temple to eat cold pork head meat. For Gu Qingsong, who has been traveling at sea all the year round, in the blink of an eye, the old scholar soon went to Gongdalan to eat in prison. In the past, when Gu Qingsong heard about this, he only thought it was a few dishes with wine and food, but how could he listen to the tone of the old scholar, like that kind of reunion after a long absence? Could it be that he lost his memory? Missing something? It's just that Gu Qingsong sneaked into Gongdalan last time, isn't it, just to see Chen Pingan, a veteran of Huatsong who has a very unique view on love between men and women. Moreover, at that meeting, he made a deal with the boy's surname Chin. He taught Chen Pingan a kind of escapism, and Chen Pingan taught him the tricks and tricks, which are really good and useful. The old Shotsai grabbed Gu Qingsong's hand and shook it vigorously. "I have heard the name for a long time, I have been fascinated for a long time, fellow Daoist Xian Cha. But he is a first-rate person with a temperament. I admire him." Gu Qingsong figured it out. It is estimated that the boy Chen Pingan was on Wensheng's side and said a few sincere and fair words. Therefore, the old boatman, who usually doesn't say good things easily, nodded and said, "Chen Pingan and I are barely like people. Old scholar, you don't need to be so hypocritical. Stop, say a few more words, you are wasting your saliva. If you don't say it, I'm going to get goosebumps, too." After saying this, Gu Qingsong turned his head to look at Yu Xian, and began to sacrifice a well-known natal supernatural power. "Old Yudo, dare to love is a luck again. To be honest, if you divide my luck in half, maybe generally, I don't need it. I have already gone to the Qingming world Baiyujing to see the master." Yu Xian did not speak with a stern face. The old man had suffered losses from Gu Qingsong before. Gu Qingsong asked, "Why do you still put on a stinky face, such a big air? Do you think you are in the 15th realm?" The old scholar is eye-opening. The shadow of the famous tree of people is indeed a well-deserved reputation. I have seen someone who can speak, but I have never seen a few who can speak like that. It seems that Lu Chen has not accepted Xian Cha Daoist friend as a disciple. Yu Xian laughed. Gu Qingsong said angrily, "A young 14th realm who has lived for thousands of years, see what you can do. If I remember correctly, or if the Confucian temple didn't deceive people back then, the old show only spent dozens of dollars. Years of kung fu, it has become the 14th realm. You look at the old scholar, you are meeting me for the first time tonight, have you set up with me?" Yu Xian rubbed his brows and said helplessly, "I'm afraid of you." Lao Zhouzi and Lao Xiao Kai said goodbye, turned the bow of the boat, and snorted hard. "I came to congratulate you with good intentions, but it turns out that the eyes are on the skull. It's bad, it's not a thing." Yu Xian smiled bitterly, and did not dare to scold back. The old scholar looked at his nose and heart, and he didn't dare to take a breath. Gu Qingsong suddenly turned his head and said, "Old Shotsai, you are a good person. Compared with someone, the positions of the two of you have to be reversed. This can be regarded as a real world. If there is no such friend as someone, it's even better. Come back to me, the two of us have a good drink and don't get drunk, maybe it's my wedding wine. The old Shiotsai said quickly, it's easy to talk, it must be done. After Gu Qingsong punted the boat back to the world, he went straight to the Osmanthus Island ferry. The old Shiotsai returned to Yu Xian and asked with a smile, what's the matter, have you provoked fellow Daoist Xiancha before? Yu Xian said with a sullen face, the problem is that Pindao, until now, doesn't know why this guy blocked the door and cursed people. The old Shiotsai asked curiously, what did I scold you for? Yu Xian said, generally speaking, it is to scold the poor road for not being upright and the lower beam crooked. The old Shiotsai smiled and said, who let brother you have so many disciples and grandchildren, and being scolded by fellow Taoist Xiancha, I really feel guilty for a while. Yu Xuanja sighed. The third person to congratulate was the sage of Zhaoling, and the world-renowned old master Su. Although the old man was not among the sages in the Confucian temple, nor in the context of Confucian Taoism, the old master Su was a scholar with great merit. Similar to the old man who sits in the imitation Baiyujing in Aquarius today, they are all real hermits. After Master Su and Yu Xian had finished their polite greetings, the old scholar finally had the opportunity to speak, gave a thumbs up, and said solemnly, Master Su, you don't know something, my close disciple, every time I mention you, my admiration is beyond words, it is this. Old Master Su smiled indifferently and said, Wen Sheng can call me by my name, and I can't be praised by Chen Yingguan. The old Shiotsai sighed and complained in his eyes, what is Chen Yingguan? If you see it outside, if we are brothers of the same generation, you can treat Chen Pingan as your own junior. If you meet him later, you can just call your nephew. As soon as these words came out, Master Su did not know how to answer. Wen Xing's temper and guarding against his shortcomings are well known in the world. If you are polite to him, he will not be polite to you. Then there is the current mountain chief of Tongyi's Hao Dufu Academy, Qing Longzhou, who was born in Wanyan Laojiao. Used to be a frequent visitor. Naturally, they talked about the excavation of Dadu in Tongyi's Hao. The old Shiotsai was full of joy. If you want to talk about rhetoric and feats, as a closed-door disciple, I don't talk much, but do more. Qing Longzhou smiled and said, it is admirable that Chen Yingguan fills the gap in Tongyi's Hao. The old Shiotsai was silent for a moment, then smiled, wherever you are, do your part and do not let the teacher. Youth is better than blue. After that, there was Wei Shi, a genius monk who was once considered to be his possessions in the 14th realm. After the master of the 72 peaks left, great monks came here one after another to congratulate him. There are also several Daoist ascension realms in the Qingming world. The last person to congratulate was the monk Xinqing nicknamed Chicken Soup Monk. Great monk, in our hearts, there is a right and a wrong first, and there must be a right or a wrong. Right? Right. Luopao Mountain, a cliffside stone table outside the bamboo building. The bright moon is in the sky, like a big jade plate of a rich family. A girl in a pink skirt, and a little girl in black wrapped in cotton slung across the body, admired the moon together, and they chatted in whispers that seemed to be endless. Tonight's broken mouth snacks are not cakes and melon seeds, but branches of azalea petals, all of which are the spoils of the right guardian of the mountain alone tonight. The stone bench beside the table is not short, the warm tree can touch the bottom with both feet, and the little girl who is a little short will have her boots hanging in the air when sitting. Millet suddenly lay on the table, and asked Nwanshu's sister to stretch out her hand. Nwanshu didn't know what to do, so she still stretched out her palm. Millet raised her palm, let out a sigh of relief, shook her fist a few times, and finally patted it on Nwanshu. In Sister Shu's hand, she said solemnly, Pei Qian said that those top experts who fly over the eaves and walls can easily pass on 1 or 100 years of internal strength to others. On my side, I am not good at learning martial arts, but this hand of mine is immortal. Sister Nwanshu, give it to you, put it away. Nwanshu was still confused, still clenched his fists, and smiled softly. I got it. The little girl nodded, put her arms around her chest, turned her body sideways, faced the cliff, swayed her legs, and knocked on the stone bench with her heels again and again, angrily said, actually, it was originally intended to give Pei Qian. She has been so long. If you don't go home, it's my fault. Having said this, Xiaomi merely turned his head and explained, because Pei Qian has only been to school for a few days, and he likes to skip class early in the morning. Unlike Sister Nwanshu, you read every day. I don't need this, I will rub it from the copybook. Here comes the fairy spirit. It turned out that the good man Mountain Master was on the table last time, and in front of the millet grains, the 2 fonts of Su Zi and Lu Qi were spread out. Naturally, they are undoubtedly authentic. After all, it was his husband who personally begged them to ask for it. If it could be fake, there would be no real thing in the world. At that time, Millet reached out and touched the 2 copybooks, thinking that he must have some fairy spirit. When it was late at night, one woke up in the morning to clean the courtyard, and the other wanted to patrol the mountains, so they returned to their residence together. Before they left the stone table, they found that the first floor of the bamboo building was still lit, and the good man was still reading a book. Nwanshu raised his finger to his mouth, and Xiaomi nodded vigorously, knowing. Nwanshu first sent the millet to the gate of the courtyard, and said goodbye to Sister Nwanshu. Millet did not move in a hurry. When Sister Nwanshu was far away, she approached the door and squatted with her knees, as if she was stuck. With a hoarse step, his hands sank into his dantian, he slowly handed out a palm, and pressed his palm against the gate. When the door opened, the little girl in black retracted her palm, straightened her waist again and stood still, strode across the threshold, very satisfied, and nodded, according to what Pei Qian said from the novels of the romance of the martial arts. Why did this palm of hers come about? All have to have 30 years of strength. Right? Hufa does not lock the door when he goes home, and never locks the door when he goes out. The door locks are all pretentious. In the past, it was convenient for Pei Qian to visit the door, but later it became a habit. When Xiaomi arrived at her residence, the room she lived in was also a study. She shook her head and walked to the desk, lit the oil lamp, and sat down on the chair. Oh, her feet stomped on the ground. The tables and stools in the house are all made by the old cook, so they look small. There are not many books on the table. They are neatly stacked together. Most of them were seen by Pei Qian when he was a child, and then they were given to Xiaomi. Millet tilted her head, took off her beloved cotton satchel that was inseparable every day, placed it on the table, patted the satchel lightly, and said with a grin, luxurious. Dali Old Beiyue Territory, Longquan Jianzong, and Yi Peak. Lu Xianyang is in retreat. Said to be a retreat, in fact, closed the door to sleep, but it was not the kind of dozing in the past. Credit Yu, who goes by the pseudonym Yu Qianyue, knew very well that Lu Xianyang's retreat this time was unusual on the seriousness of the stakes, so she simply stayed outside Lu Xianyang's house, never leaving her. Anyway, with her Dao roots and realm cultivation base, she didn't feel tired even if she didn't sleep for a year and a half. The young man named Li Xinyuan finally chose Su Shaoqiao as his teacher and practiced at Suhaifeng. Lu Xianyang said earlier that after exiting the customs, he had to go to Hangzhou. In addition to the place where the ancient Shu sword immortals coexisted and left the land of immortal shedding, Hangzhou Yuzhang County, where giant trees were produced, also left some biography. The ancient tradition of entertaining gods and offering sacrifices. Xingyue heard footsteps, she turned her head, a timid man hiked up the mountain, came to this Yui peak, saw the round-faced girl who wore cotton-padded clothes all year round, nodded, on Yu Qianyu's side, was called by Lu Xianying the man who was the blacksmith. Ruan still had a smile on his face. Ruan Qiong put his hands together and walked very lightly. When he got here, he just asked in his heart, he is retreating. Xingyue nodded and explained, this time is different from before, it may be more dangerous. Ruan Qiong also nodded, if it wasn't for this, he would not have made such a trip to Yue Peak, but the man still said in a tone that seemed to be understated, Xianyang is a person who can't be idle, and there will be a spare girl in the future. Be patient. Xingyue remembered the conversation Lu Xianyang had before the retreat. She blushed slightly, and she was a little embarrassed, but she was not the kind of cowardly woman and said, Mr. Wan, if I really become a Taoist partner with Lu Xianyang, I will want to cause unnecessary trouble for Longquan sword sect. Ruan Qiong shook his head and said, no. Xingyue hummed softly. Ruan Qiong glanced at the house, only came for a while, then turned and left, as if remembering something, but did not turn his head, still put his hands behind his back, but slowed down a little and said, I just said if, in the future what's wrong with this kid Xianyang? He has been reading for a few days, and he has a lot of crooked ideas. You can't quarrel with him, or if he is stubborn and wants to save face, he refuses to admit his mistakes and apologize to you, just tell me, I'm not the suzerain, and I'm still his master anyway, so it's always okay to scold him a few words. Xingyue smiled brightly, I remember. In the impression of the credit month, Master Ruan didn't seem to have said so many words to anyone. Ruan Qiong just quickened his pace, but before he took a few steps, he hesitated for a moment. The man stopped and said, according to the custom in the town, there are usually 2 weddings, one in the man's hometown and one in the man's hometown. In the woman's house, so one banquet will be held in Huaihuan County, and the other, if Miss Yu doesn't dislike it, she will have a drink at our Longquan Jianzong side, and pick a random hill outside the Yue Peak, and drink it. After the wedding ceremony, the hilltop is Miss Yes dojo, and it is a little bit of my elder's will. As for Lu Xianyang's best man, according to the rules, he will have 2 drinks with the groom's official, so he can help Xianyang to stop the wine. When Xingyue heard this, she looked at the back who seemed to use a lot of energy to say these homely words. She was a little sad for no reason. Shujian Lake, Sulin Island, Tian Hujuan as the island owner, after the young cultivator who didn't know if he could be regarded as a junior brother left, she was still a little dazed and scared. On the other side of Gonglu Island, Zhou Caizhen, a young female cultivator who was walking in the moonlight, learned that the seemingly genial-looking young man in a Confucian shirt was the notorious Gu Kan, who was full of evil, especially when he used a very casual tone, said the shocking words, the new accounts and the old accounts were calculated together, and the old sect master Lu was killed. Zhou Caizhen was even more frightened and turned pale. She intuitively told her that the other party was not joking, but the other party was reporting his identity, and the last sentence he said was exactly that, I was joking, don't take it seriously. Gu Kan sacrificed a talisman boat and left Gonglu Island by punting. As Gonglu Island, where the True Realm Patriarch Hall is located, immortal Lu Laoqing and Beidasheng female cultivator Han Xiaosi sat opposite each other. It's just that the young woman at the door who claimed to need to work for Gu Kan for 100 years has disappeared, completely ignoring the prohibition of the formation arranged by Lu Laoqing himself. She appeared on Gu Kan's talisman boat, looking at the man sitting cross-legged. The young man in the Confucian shirt at the bow said with a smile, the sects in the vast world are more savvy than those in my hometown. I can't remember the messy institutions. Gu Kan asked, my sister-in-law, won't you fight with sect master Lu if you disagree? Didn't you stay there to persuade you? What are you doing here? She smiled sweetly, a fight? How to fight, where to fight? Gu Kan said indifferently, effective, not funny jokes, if you can't tell them, don't tell them. She pouted, this guy, in the end, is a little bit more obsessed with Han Qiao. This wild female cultivator who calls herself Gu Kan's maid, is called Chun Shao. Now that the pseudonym is efficacious, Gu can help to take it not long ago, and she is very satisfied. In the wild world, her name is Ziwu Mang. Of course, it is also a pseudonym. The last person to help with the name was Wenhai Zhoumi. She moved from the stern to the bow and sat beside Gu Kan with her head tilted to his shoulder. After a while, she felt bored, who had quietly performed a secret technique, so she sat upright again and glanced at Gu Kan's crotch. She was full of slander, she was hard-hearted, she didn't have the slightest thoughts. She was in the secret territory of Lu Leicheng's dojo on Gonglu Island. She was a common maid's costume in the wealthy portals of the wealthy and noble at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, she has become a woman's crown costume, which is full of beauty. Luo Xiao is light and thin, fluttering like a blue cloud. The waist is slender, and the eyes are full of amorous feelings. She asked, Gu Kan, how did you do it? Gu Kan said, the phoenix is upside down in the embroidery, the love of the quilt and pillow, the joy of the fish and the water, and the utmost care, and so on. When you are in such a charming situation, all you need to do is to observe the white bones. Cut 3 corpses, chase 5 ghosts, subdue 6 desires and 7 emotions. She leaned back, it's boring to follow you. It's not as good as that eloquent real monarch, anyway. When the other party sees her, he still needs to stabilize his mind a little, and then nag a few words of hypocrisy, like a 7-foot body, wearing the sky and walking on the ground, not yielding to the death. As one of the heavenly cultivators carefully selected by Zhoumi, in fact, her true face on the mountain is a garb with a mask and a piano bag, and almost no one has seen her true face. The various faces at the moment are naturally transformed by her after taking off the mask, and it is different from ordinary blindfolding methods. As long as she is willing, the appearance, figure, dress and demeanor that the world sees in the eyes of the world is the direction of their hearts. Thinking people. The shape is similar and the spirit is similar, which can be almost real. Therefore, in the wild world, Jiang Shangzhen first saw this female cultivator who didn't know whether it was an aunt or a sister. The first impression was that she was well-born and had a superb figure, which was really round and smooth. It's just that she was in Zhuoxiandi at the time, and the manifested Daoist atmosphere was extremely infiltrating, and even Jiang Shangzhen, a daring thing, seemed to be poured a basin of cold water. It turned out that behind Ziwameng, the bodies of countless hanged ghosts were hanging in the air. One of her natal objects is a fan, painting thousands of ladies, all of them are lifelike, their faces are eloquent, they murmur in the picture scroll, but unfortunately they are all beautiful faces and bones. As a sword cultivator's meridian dream, Guqin is the flying sword Jingguan, and one of the magical powers of this flying sword is to weave a dream. And let the long river of time within a certain range, or an indefinite river come to a standstill. Previously in Baidi City, Han Kos felt unhappy when she saw her. The reason is very simple, but this little girl looks too good-looking. But don't let Gu Kan indulge in the love of men and women. To say that this girl and Gu Kan are halfway partners, Han Qiao doesn't care much. Like Gu Kan, if there is no group of Yingyan Jianyan around. It's just that he was wronged. She couldn't stand Gu Kan's refusal to talk, so she found a topic. This True Realm sect is just the next sect of Tongyi's Hao Yuguizang. Do you know how many institutions there are? There are more than 20, Zhu Shitang Zhang under the monk Lu, there are 7 or 8, and there seem to be 10 small ones under the hands of the ancestor who manages the money. Yaman. I just don't understand. What's the difference? And the Treasure House Bureau of the Department of Support and the Department of Operation, don't they all manage such a little fairy money, so they have to be split up? Gu Kan turned a deaf ear, just closed his eyes, breathed slowly, and silently studied a water method. The female cultivator lying on the bow raised her legs, shook one leg gently, and asked casually, revisiting the old place, "What do you think?" Gu Kan looked calm, smiled and said, "It's hard to drink alcohol." Ziwumeng twitched the corners of his mouth. Finally, "Are you willing to be dumb?" Gu Kan continued, "Just talking about the Bureau of Economic Affairs and the Department of Rights, similar to the Yamen on the mountain, it's actually very simple. For example, one can decide how many chairs to put in the ancestral hall, and the other can decide who is eligible to sit on it. Of course, the Ritual System Department will also be in charge of the Golden and Jade genealogy of a Xianfu sect, so the monks who work here are American officials, and they are a bit more expensive than the monks in the Economic System Bureau." Ziwu Meng suddenly realized, "So, I understand, it's interesting." Gu Kan smiled indifferently and said, "A mountain, whether it is Zongzi or a small sect like the Wudao school, if there are more people, and there are fewer people, there are few people. I am afraid that the organization will be bloated, and there will be many redundant staff, and I will be more afraid of people. There are too many, one by one, they are full, and they have to find something to do. It seems that this is worthy of the title and status, which is very troublesome." Ziwu Meng is not very interested in these things. In the wild world, she has always been alone. The throne demon Yangji and Fei Fei have recruited her one after another, but because she has that amulet on her body, even if Ziwu Meng is on her body. After stealing the Wooding River and refining it, Yangji and Fei Fei both pinched their noses and recognized it. They were worried that this move was secretly instigated by Wenhai Zhoumi. She turned around, held her cheek with one hand, and poked Gu Kan's arm with her finger. "Tell me, why do you want to fight Chao Ci, knowing that you will lose? What are you planning? Besides, what does a Qi trainer compete with a pure martial artist?" In fact, Ziwu Meng knows very little about this master, except that he is the junior disciple of the fellow traveler Fu Yu and the direct disciple of Jing Juzhong in Beidasheng. As for Gu Kan's hometown, at most it is based on Han Chaosa and Lu. The content of Lao Cheng's conversation shows that Gu Kan practiced here for a few years when he was young. During this period, he seemed to be worshipping the chief of the True Realm sect with the Taoist name True Monarch Zhejiang. Other than that, she doesn't know anything about it. Even when Gu Kan went to see a shabby Jindan female cultivator before, she was not willing to take her with her. She just left her beside Han Ko's to persuade her to fight. How to persuade, although she of course, it is a genuine Jade Pure Realm sword cultivator, but Han Ko's and Lu Laoqing, the two immortal realms, are not ordinary things that once died in her hands in their hometown. But she didn't think that she was of the door in vain. It wasn't a waste of time. Not to mention that in Han Chao's eyes, she was Gu Kan without any suspense. In Lu Leicheng's eyes, there was also a woman who was copied by Ziwa's dream. But the woman's description was vague and fleeting. Gu Kan said, "There's no reason, it's just not pleasing to the eyes of Chao Ci." Ziwumeng pretended to be surprised. "I'm even more surprised. No matter how you look at Chao Ci, he is not an annoying guy, just like me. I would feel that being a Taoist partner with him is a high climb. To be honest, Chao Ci, as long as I am willing, I will definitely propose a pillow seat." "So, you won't be angry, will you?" Gu Kan finally opened her eyes and seemed to think that her statement was no nonsense. Ziwu Meng suddenly looked ashamed and angry. "Gu Kan, are you still a man?" Gu Kan just stared straight ahead, expressionless, with his hands folded on his stomach, the wind blowing on his face, a young man in a Confucian shirt with a black jade hairpin on his head. His hair on the temples fluttered slightly, which made Gu Kan more and more floating, said, "The ugly words are ahead, at least for 100 years, don't like me. After 100 years, pay off the debt, and you and I can go our separate ways." Ziwu Meng instantly restrained her attitude, sighed, her eyes became resentful, and her face changed accordingly, like a girl who is extremely beautiful, extremely weak, but full of love. After that, it was probably because of her mood changes. In just a few blinks of an eye, she had 7 or 8 different looks and expressions, but in the end she returned to her previous female crown appearance, sighed faintly, and said in a gentle voice, "Gu Kan, it seems that you are only in your early 30s, I really don't know how you cultivated the Tao heart." Gu Kan said, "You don't get drunk if you drink bitter wine." She was silent for a long time and asked, "Who are you going to see now?" Gu Kan stood up and said, "Go to Oriole Island, and meet a senior with the Taoist named Ziyang, who practiced fire art. My previous master was a deadly enemy for many years. Now he is a genealogy cultivator of the True Realm sect, living in Gonglu Island. The kind that has seats in the ancestral hall." She asked, "Senior, what realm?" Gu Kan said, "Yuaning." She laughed dumbly. "When I came to an island, the surrounding scene, the smoke and waves were vague, and the weather was sparse. Suspected to be the Narcissus grooming place, the center of a Luo Qingdai mirror." Gu Kan put away the talisman boat, and at the same time removed the blindfold, showed her figure, and then took Ziwumeng to shrink the ground in one step, and went straight to a high-rise building. Zhong Su, the island owner of Oriole Island, noticed the 2 strange breaths, and had already walked out of the top floor, leaning on the railing, squinting silently, just overlooking the young man in the square. His little junior brother likes this little very much, but Zhong Su has never looked down on this person. Even today, it is still the case. Otherwise, if any monk from Beta Sheng came to Oriole Island, Zhong Su would be willing to take the initiative to welcome the guests. The handsome and elegant scholar in green shirt, holding the junior salute, bowed towards the roof of the building. Gu Kan pays respects to Mr. Zhong. Zhong Su sneered and said, "You are already in the Jade Purity realm, and you are even more of an apprentice of Mr. Zheng in Beta Sheng. I am just a nascent soul with a rotten skin. On the way of cultivation, the one who succeeds is the first, and I can't afford it." Gu Kan always raised her head and said with a smile, "On the road of cultivating one's heart, Gu Kan is always a junior." Zhong Su sneered and said, "Don't be so pretentious. It's easy to change your temperament. You Gu Kan can deceive people in the world, but you can't deceive an old man like Shi Jianhe like me." Gu Kan smiled and said, "Mr. Zhong is still being polite. He probably wanted to say that a dog can't stop eating shit." Zhong Su nodded and said, "It's still a bit self-aware. It seems that you are able to enter the 5 realms, not all thanks to that Mr. Zheng." Gu Kan said, "The offense to visit tonight is to discuss something with Mr. Zhong." Zhong Su frowned and said, "Stop talking nonsense and get out of here." The female cultivator who looked like a maid beside Gu Kan, raised her palm and yawned. "Are all the nascent soul cultivators in the world so daring and majestic?" Gu Kan lowered his head, stretched out his hand and rubbed his neck, raised his head again, and said with a smile, "I beg Mr. Zhong to hear about that incident, and then order the expulsion." I never thought that Zhong Su would turn around and walk into the house. Gu Kan smiled and turned to leave Oriole Island. Ziwumeng was shocked, "Just left?" Gu Kan asked back, "Otherwise?" Ziwumeng said, "Get rid of him." Gu Kan rarely joked, "It's not in your hometown. This habit of fighting and killing at every turn, I didn't open a coffin shop, you can change it later." Ziwumeng suddenly smiled, took Gu Kan's arm, and asked softly, "Is it soft? How big is it?" Gu Kan dealt with it indifferently, without breaking free of her arm, and said, "To be honest, in my hometown, your kind of dirty talk is the level of a schoolboy." Ziwumeng shook off his arm and said angrily, "The elm knot that doesn't understand the style, the master who won't move is on the bed." Gu Kan smiled and said, Ziwumeng turned her head in surprise and looked at Gu Kan, whose eyes and complexion were somewhat unfamiliar, as if she was in a better mood. "Do you remember your hometown?" The ferry was sailing across the lake, and the moonlight shone on the lake. Ziwumeng asked, "Do you want to draw a strong man?" Gu Kan nodded, If Zhong-su can serve as the patriarch of my sect, it will be a good choice for both parties. Now that he talked about that sect, Ziwu Meng asked, then do you think Liu Yuzhou will agree to your invitation? Gu Kan said, only a fool would agree. Ziwu Meng smiled and said, then have you thought of the name of the sect? Since Gu Kan said so, Liu Yuzhou is most likely willing to serve as the deputy suzerain. Gu Kan nodded and said, think about it. Ziwu Meng asked, let's hear it. You misunderstood me. Liu Yuzhou is not a fool, so he won't agree. Unless I go to see him once, it is possible to dispel his doubts. Gu Kan said, as for the name of the sect, the answer is far in the sky, and right in front of you. Ziwu Meng understood it and called it Shujian Lake. Where are you going next? She asked. Gu Kan smiled and said, I'm going to a city on the shore, and I'll meet a friend who can't be considered a friend. He was a child at that time, and I often chatted with him. She was really shocked this time, and she blurted out, Gu Kan, you have friends too? Gu Kan's face darkened and she said softly, of course I have it, but it means I don't have it anymore. He fell back, making a pillow with his hands, and was dazed. Thousands of clouds and water, a bright moon a day, a bright moon a day. The young man sniffed. In the Yenzhou mansion of Dolly, the source of a stream, under the eaves of the village school, Chen Pingan, who was lying on a rattan chair, sat up with a fan in his hand. The night was dark, and in Zhao Shuxia's field of vision, two people seemed to appear out of thin air, and they stepped out. The Taoist said with a smile, when the rivers and lakes meet again, there is alcohol, and when you meet an old friend, you don't drink flowers when you meet the moon. When will you wait? Looking at the young warrior, the Taoist patted the boy next to him on the shoulder and said with a smile, Zhao Shuxia, let me introduce him, his name is Ning Ji, and he is your little junior brother. The central part of Aquarius, Hehuan Mountain, and Fanwan House. The young Taoist began to betray the sword-carrying boy, even if you Chen Pingan didn't do it yourself, and hit the guy with the nickname Wen Lang, but his eyes were not right. Anyway, let your close disciple, let's girl pay, beat that guy, so I can teach him know what is pressing the situation and ask boxing, why you must read the almanac when you go out, and what is the sinister rivers and lakes. It seems that Zhang Jiaolu has become ruthless, and even his own disciples and grandchildren are really pitiful. Wen Shen had already noticed that Taoist priest, and from time to time he looked at himself, still the kind of sneaky out of the corner of his eyes, or a slightly provocative squinting. Wen Shen didn't intend to bother with this cotton-robed Taoist priest, but just thought it was interesting, so he asked in his heart, this Taoist priest, know me? Unexpectedly, the Taoist priest looked at the thick eyebrows and big eyes. Although he was a little shabby, he still looked like Zhou Zheng, but his temper was not ordinary. He replied directly, I know your ancestors. How did Wen Shen know that the shabby Taoist priest in his eyes was a young monk in the eyes of the palace master, just as a land and a martial arts master? After being scolded like this, Wen Shen still smiled as usual. After all, he is the same as the lower 5 realms. He glanced at the young woman with the bun with the ball next to the boy behind the sword, retracted his gaze, and continued to ask, why, do you like this girl? The Taoist scolded loudly, you with a crooked melon and a jujube, keep your eyes peeled, look at you. Wen Jing couldn't help laughing and laughing, is he a fool without roots? The Taoist priest took a sip of wine, moistened his throat, and said doubtfully, you won't reply, what are you doing? When carefully can be sure, is a real fool. I thought to myself that I should talk to such a fool again, I am a fool. The Taoist priest continued to scold, if the poor Taoist is your master's grandfather, Daoist I will be your grandfather's master. Wen raised his brows carefully, and said with a smile, swear again, continue. The Taoist priest shook his shoulders, his hippie smile began to be a demon, and he said cheaply, hey, no, how old are you, let the poor Dao scold you, just scold you, Ma Lure, hurry up and let your grandfather come. Dao lord this one a master, he is willing to open his mouth and teach him a few words. If he drinks a few glasses of fine wine, the Daoi has a lot of it, even if he has exposed it in one stroke. While Wen Jing felt absurd, he hesitated for a while, but still asked in his heart, Palace Master, can this little Taoist priest with sharp eyes see his real realm? The master of Lingfei Palace, the ancestor of Shangjuan, had just received a decree from the master, and was talking to the old woman next to him that his master had personally promised to restore someone's genealogy status. Xin Yan, are you pretending to be the ancestral hall's rules? Hearing Wen's careful questioning, Xiang Jun frowned slightly. It turned out that he used the term little bald donkey, so he said to him first, and then answered the question, there is no doubt about the lower 5 realms. Wen Shen was a little confused, wondering why the palace lord wanted to go up the line to the point of being in the ancestral hall. Didn't he just give the young Taoist a snarky evaluation? He didn't bother to look into it. He smiled and looked at the Taoist priest. Come out, let's make a gesture. The Taoist priest reached out and rolled up one of his sleeves, raised his arm, pressed his elbow against the wine table, shook his wrist, and began to ramble. Come on, you ignorant little bastard, break your wrists with the Taoist master. Hurt and anger, whoever loses is who is the ancestor. Wen carefully thought for a moment that he had guessed a pile on the soles of his shoes. According to a certain dialect, the guy in front of him was clearly a 6. Patriarch Shangjuan glanced at the young monk, and then looked at Wen carefully. What are you doing? Chen Pingan, who looked like a boy with a sword behind his back, didn't pay any attention to the conversation over there, although Zhang Jiaolu deliberately did it, so that Chen Pingan and Pei Qian could hear it clearly. Pei Qian ignored it because she was talking to her master about something. Master, there are several hilltops near Luopao Mountain. The Grey Mountain in the north is already our own vassal's hilltop. In addition, there are Tiandu Peak, Tiaoyu Mountain and Fuyolu, which are all close neighbors. Chen Pingan asked with a smile, of course I know, why do you suddenly say this? Pei Qian scratched his head, as if a little embarrassed. Chen Pingan held back his smile and said, why, when I was a child, I had a personal grudge with those monks on the hilltops. Men and women. After all, he is his own founding disciple, and he only talks about revenge. As for Xia Heaton, when he grows up, it is estimated that he will not be able to compete with the Qi trainers on the neighboring hills. Pei Qian said, a few years ago, I went out to travel and saved some money, so I made my own decision and bought the Fuyolu privately. It had a title deed, and I didn't say hello to the old cooks. Chen Pingan was a little strange, and said with a smile, it's a good thing, what's so embarrassing about it? A few of them, Pei Qian, save money, in fact, almost everyone in Luopeishan knows, for example, Shi, Mili, and Wanshu, have their own money jars for a long time. Chen Pingan smiled and said, how much money was spent, is the price expensive? In the future, I plan to use that place as my own martial arts venue. Do I need master's help in building the mansion? No worse than an old cook. It's not expensive, the other party is very talkative and gave a very fair price. Pei Qian scratched his head subconsciously again and whispered, Master, I didn't intend to move there from the beginning. Chen Pingan was puzzled at this moment, and asked softly, how do you say it? Pei Qian raised his head, looked at his master, and said with a grin, Master, I just thought, I haven't given you a birthday present for many years, and I kept saving money when I was a child, but I didn't save much money at that time, and it seemed that I couldn't buy anything valuable. After learning boxing, going out to travel, earning some money, and returning home alone, I bought the Fuyolu. I thought that maybe on the 5th day of May next year, I could tell Master about it. The incident has been delayed until now, and most of this year, I will stay on Tongya continent, busy with Dadu affairs, so I just took this opportunity to tell Master. It's just that the girl at that time, thinking about next year, Master will probably return to Howren World, but after a lot of next year, Master has not returned home. Chen Pingan smiled and nodded vigorously, unable to hide his full smile. Okay, Master is very happy just like the gift he received last time. But Pei Qian lowered his head again. I just thought, Master has not really had a place to be alone for so many years. When I think of this, I feel sad. In Luopao Mountain, Master lives on the first floor of the bamboo building. The second floor is where Master learns boxing. No matter what others think, whether they think or not, Pei Qian knows that since Grandpa Cui left, Master is actually not feeling well. It seems that Master has been working hard since he was 14 years old when he first went out for a long journey. Many times, he was seriously thinking about others and taking care of others with all his heart. Chen Pingan's eyes were gentle, and he reached out and rubbed her head. That's it. Sort of Coming Chapter 1031. The spring grass is faint, the bright moon is late, and the stream is gurgling to persuade you to drink. Chen Pingan asked Zhao Xuxia to bring a bamboo chair to entertain guests, and then went to prepare a late-night snack. Lu Chen hurriedly said, "Under the tree, you can just go to the kitchen to get busy, and the poor road will get a chair by himself, and the snacks other than supper, the poor road will have it here." Otherwise, Headmaster Lu was worried that he would have no place and would have to squat and drink. Lu Chen was familiar with the road and went to Chen Pingan's house to bring a small table and 2 chairs out. After taking a seat with the boy, our headmaster Lu did not forget to wipe the table with our sleeves. Chen Pingan asked with a smile, "Ning Ji, think about it, don't you regret it?" The young man's eyes were firm and he nodded. "Mr. Chen, I have made up my mind. If I want to be your student, Ning Ji will also remember the favor of Headmaster Lu in my heart, and I will repay it when I have the opportunity in the future." Chen Pingan glanced at Lu Chen, thinking with his butt that this fellow must have led the boy through a long scroll of time. Lu Chen began to put gold on his face, waved his hand and said, "It's not hard work, it's not hard at all. There is a long river of time, but not everyone can wading in the water casually, even the great monks dare not visit the time at will, even if they are in it. The general ascension realm is mostly a last resort. At this time, we must use the long river of time to renew our minds, or try our luck to see if we can find a blessed land that has disappeared in the long river of history. If the swirling water vortex of the funnel, it is easy for cheap practitioners to fall into it and lose their whereabouts. In history, many great monks said that they were retreating and failed. In fact, they were like mud cows entering the sea in the long river of time, making wedding clothes for others, and later generations. The great monk fished the golden body fragments from the long river of time, and it came from this. What's more, there are many visions of the stagnant water becoming a lake or the river flowing into a stagnant water. Previously, Chen Pingan and the sword holder in the shop of Qilong Alley, inviting Bai Jing to sit at the same table is one of the manifestations of the Great Road in this scene. On the mountain, only a veritable mountain cultivator who holds some heavy treasures can preach and protect his disciples in this way. This tempering the physique has many benefits, especially the 3 souls and 7 souls that can nourish the qi cultivator, but the risk is too high. If one is not careful, many cultivators who have achieved extremely high levels of Taoism may directly become demented fools, just because their memory and consciousness are like drowning, drifting with water, losing their minds, and unable to evoke their souls afterwards. Chen Pingan walked by himself several times. The first time was to follow Mr. Qi, and the second time was at the Taoist temple in Lotus Flower Blessed Land, where he was beside the old Guanju, enjoying a picture scroll of 100 or 200 years. Lu Chen glanced at the young man sitting on the side, and praised, "Ning Ji performed very well. He didn't need help from the poor Daoist at all. He quickly adapted to the walking of the time picture scroll." Chen Pingan nodded, "It's amazing, I remember the first time I waded in the water, I was dizzy and almost vomited on the spot. Lu Qin smiled and said, "This is the difference between a half-hearted aptitude for ground materials and an outstanding talent. The young man with straw sandals whose life is broken is indeed a half-hearted immortal." Lu Chen's evaluation is very objective. Chen Pingan didn't take it seriously, but he was happy when he heard it. Who would despise his students and disciples for being too clean-cut and having a good aptitude for learning the Tao? Ning Ji was stunned, his fists clenched and placed on his knees, seemingly at a loss. The teenager didn't know the praise from Zhang Jiaolu and Mr. Qin for the time being. It was definitely not a compliment, and he didn't know the danger of wading across the river. He mistakenly thought it was the kind words of the two seniors about other people's children. Big. It's good to accept apprentices, of course it's good. As for the price, you must know better than me. Lu Qin restrained the smile on his face and asked, "Chen Pingan, have you thought about it too?" To be honest, being able to find Ning Ji so quickly was indeed beyond Lu Chen's expectations. This is called "It is difficult for gods to catch noon fish." Originally, Lu Qin had already planned to spend 3 or 5 years in Howren World and 7 or 8 years in the long run, so he could just take this opportunity to wipe his and solve some historical problems that had some causal relationship with him, such as the previous one at Baihua Lake. Lao Yuan, who sits in the Dragon King Temple, the Dao Seed on Shiro riding Dragon Lane, Zhu Lu, who should have been one of the Daoist protectors of the Big Brother, and of course Gu Qingsong, whose Dao name is Xiancha. Also there is an understanding, whether it is to let Josie completely die and be included in the heart of Nanhua City's genealogy award, or to take the old Josie to Baiyujing together. Lu Chen is still considering it, and because of the last one 3,000 years ago. Because of the real dragon, Lu Qin owed a debt of love to Yan Feng, who was scorching the forehead of Wormwood, and a bunch of big and small things like this made Lu Qin feel very tired. Chen Pingan nodded. "As long as Ning Ji thinks about it himself, there will be no problem on my side." Lu Qin said, "I have to thank you for this. Intentionally planting flowers will not bloom, inadvertently planting willows and willows make shade." As long as Lu Qin finds Ning Ji, no matter what the reason is, no matter how difficult or easy the process is, if the Confucian Temple only looks at the results, it will be counted as a large amount of merit and deeds by the headmaster Lu, which is clearly recorded in the book. The more senior Lu Qin was, the more he knew about the inside story and the truth, and the more he understood the preciousness of adding a few strokes to the Confucian Temple's merit book, especially at the critical juncture where the patriarch of the 3 religions was about to disperse. To give a simple example, the wealthy families and wealthy portals at the foot of the mountain may not be able to keep money and property, and even books to their descendants. Fail. Chen Pingan said, "It's nothing, not to mention that Daoist Lu accompanied Ning Ji on this journey of mountains and rivers, which is enough as a thank you gift." Lu Qin was silent for a moment, and it seemed that he couldn't think of a suitable thank you gift for a while, so he put a pot of wine on the table. "It's just a drink tonight, don't drink too much, so as not to get drunk and lose your temper and make some jokes on the junior side." Chen Pingan looked at the pot of Gung Yunfang Spring Sleepiness wine, and said in amazement, "Master Lu is already so familiar with the Lord of Mount Huang." Lu Qin said boldly, "I know it very well, why not, it's like the first sight." Huang Zhongho of Gingyun Peak is now the new owner of Yunxia Mountain, which has caused a lot of speculation in Aquarius. It is said that Kai Jinjian of Green Juniper Peak is similar to Huang Zhongho Daoling, but she is already in the nascent soul realm, but she still loses the election in this dynasty change. The outside world will inevitably have some ideas, whether the Zhoushan lineage is deliberately suppressing that rising the swift green cypress peak. Many sects and immortal mansions with a long history will face a similar situation, and the closer ones, such as the fall of power in the Jingxian Temple of Qingjing Peak, and the anti-customer of Zhuiqing Peak are the main ones. A little further away, the Zhuji sect, one of the vassal forces of Xingyang Mountain, is in a similar situation. The current leader Guo Huifeng is in a similar situation. In fact, she is not from the line of the founder of the mountain, so she is like Liang. Jizushan monks like Yuping have more or less ideas in their hearts. This is like the future of Luobao Mountain. A certain mountain owner may not be the direct descendant or disciple of Pei Qian and Guozhujiu. It may be from the legal lineage of the other vassal mountains. Maybe it is the rule of law and longevity. Some of the disciples and grandchildren of the disciples may also be the incense disciples handed down by Wei Wenlong and Qin Lingjun. In short, on the golden and jade genealogy of Luopao Mountain, it belongs to the fork in the road. Don't open a branch. The descendants of Luopao Mountain will recognize their ancestors and return to their ancestors. Of course, it is still Chen Pingan, who has been immortal, but as for the tablet of the lord of the sect, it may not be him. Lu Chen suddenly asked with a smile, Chen Pingan, if there is such a day in Luopa Mountain in the future, will you, the first-generation mountain master, feel a little awkward? Chen Pingan smiled. Lu Chen turned his head and shouted towards the kitchen room. Under the tree, the bowl of noodles in Pindao has coriander and coriander. It's okay if you don't have it, but chopped peppers and minced garlic are indispensable, not too much. Ning Ji stood up and went to help bring a few bowls of steaming noodles with a lot of condiments, mostly dried bamboo shoots and tofu prepared by the school. Zhao Shuxia has a good eye for this new junior brother who seems to have fallen from the sky. The young man has a delicate mind, and he soon noticed Zhao Shuxia's kindness and closeness to him, and Ning Ji felt a little at ease. Lu Qin picked up the chopsticks and was about to start eating. As a result, Zhang Jiaolu found out of the corner of his eyes that Ning Ji and Zhao Shuxia took their first bite after Chen Pingan picked up the chopsticks, and then they silently lowered their heads to eat the noodles. Headmaster Lu, whose chopsticks had been parked in the air for a long time, became the last person to eat noodles, and if he dared to share the same table for supper, he was just an outsider, right? Headmaster Lu was furious. If he had been ruthless earlier, gritted his teeth, and accepted Ning Ji as his heir, now it was master apprentice to master apprentice, 2 on 2, wouldn't the numbers fall behind? Chen Pingan seemed to have guessed Lu Chen's grievance, and joked, if it's too late for Headmaster Lu to go back on it now, he will stun Ning Ji with a sap and put on a sack, and just run away. Lu Chen learned that old scholar's signature tone, and sighed, stopped saying a few words that hurt feelings. Pindao has always acted in a clear and upright manner. This kind of deed can't be done. To say that Ning Ji was recruited as a disciple, Chen Pingan was responsible for preaching the Dharma for this ill-fated young man. There are many benefits on the surface, but in the final analysis, there is one more person in Luopeishan. The achievement of the Tao is as good as that of a monastic genius. Even if it is a conservative estimate, it is very certain that Ning Ji will become an Ascension realm in the future, and Ning Ji is probably an extremely young Ascension realm, who was born out of nowhere and is terrifying. But the trouble is not small. Ning Jis Avenues have already decided that he will not let Chen Pingan and Luopeishan worry about his future cultivation path. This is a bit similar to the fact that the old Xiuzai took Lu Shirlu as his direct disciple, but when Chen Pingan's brother Jun Qian, when he worshipped the old Xiuzai as his master, in addition to the high enough cultivation realm, the key is that the self has become clear, plus the old scholar was in full swing at that time, so apart from some gossip on the mountain, it would not cause too much substantial damage to the lineage of Wenqing. But Ning J's life situation, especially his character, is full of countless unknowns. Young hidden officials who have just been able to relax a little, I am afraid that they will have to wait for decades. There was Pei Qian in the front, Ning Ji in the back. Lu Chen rolled up a large piece of noodles with chopsticks, and instantly became in a good mood, his cheeks bulged, and he took a few breaths. While eating noodles, Lu Chen vaguely suggested, the mountain relies on the mountains to eat the water. There are so many wild vegetables in the mountains, and there are many fish in the Wuxi, so next time I make a casserole as a late-night snack, it will be good, especially it's that kind of winter when it's freezing outside, the heat in front of you is overwhelming, and the taste is absolutely amazing. If you have a brazier at your feet, you will scald a jar of rice wine or glutinous rice wine, tsk, just thinking about it makes your mouth water. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "It's difficult." Naturally, it's not that the casserole is difficult to make, but that it is difficult for you, Lu Qin, to eat it. Now that things are going on in the world, and there are undercurrents in the Qingming world, Lu Qin, the headmaster of Baiyujing, is unlikely to stay here for a long time. Previously, Cui Dongshan sent a secret letter to Liu Peishan, and on it was written the list of the latest 10 candidates in Qingming world. How to see it, Baiyujing did not dare to take it lightly. Lu Qin sighed sullenly, then raised his head and asked casually, "Chen Pingan, do you remember the first time you drank, when was it?" Chen Pingan thought about it and said, "I used to practice boxing and couldn't bear the hardship. It seems that I borrowed the drink from Wei Bo. After that, I got out of control and I couldn't stop drinking." Lu Qin smiled and asked, "I'm always curious about something, do you really like drinking?" Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Anyone who would ask this kind of question looks like he doesn't like drinking." Lu Qin took out a few salted duck eggs from his sleeves and put them on the table. It's a local specialty called gaoyu. It's very famous. It's the duck from Huazhen Lake, and the one in Huazhen. Chen Pingan took duck eggs and smashed them lightly, without being polite to Master Lu. Lu Xinshan sighed, "Grandmasters are everywhere, real people are flying all over the sky, and the scene in the next 1,000 years, you and I are not walking on the Shanindao, what else could it be?" Chen Pingan nodded and said, "I can't see enough." Lu Qin said, "Gukan revisited his hometown, and now he is in Shujian Lake." Chen Pingan nodded. Lu Qin is like a well-informed ear report god, in the wild world, only because of the wild cultivator with the secret name of the Tao. Two groups of people meet on a narrow road, one kills the other, and neither gives way, just because it is in the wild and heavenly. The 10 people have taken advantage of the time and place, so the 2 people who have made the most of this escape from the predicament, one is Chao Ci, who has risen to the top of the gods. Of course, there is no suspense, and then there is Gu Kan. They all made people look at each other with admiration. In the end, they were able to win, thanks to Gu Kan. If it weren't for Gu Kan, this fight would still have to be fought, and the winner would not have been decided so quickly. I think that Chunqing and Su Bai are young now. The light-hearted pride of heaven is both grateful and fearful to his peer Gu Kan, and his feelings are very complicated. As for how Gu Kan made an extraordinary contribution, relying on a handful of old locust leaves that are like chicken ribs and have been treasured for many years, Xiao Xiaoxianxi, Su Bai, and Chao Ci are like divine help. As for Yu Aofu and Chunqing, although their surnames are unfamiliar and they were not able to directly benefit from Hua Yi, they could be said to have followed suit, because Gu Kan hid deeply and the incident happened suddenly. There was a deviation, and Chao Ci found an opportunity, relying on Wu Yun, handed out a punch equivalent to the 11th realm, and completely shattered the Great Formation. Gu Kan also abducted a female cultivator who was one of the 10 heavenly workers in the wilderness. Her name was Ziwu Meng, and her name was Chun Xiao. Hey, sure enough, if there is a teacher, there must be an apprentice. Mr. Jing kidnapped an entire city of Jinsui. As an apprentice, he also likes to follow suit. When Chen Pingan heard this, he stopped the chopsticks in his hand, frowned slightly, and asked, "What is he doing at Shujian Lake?" Lu Qin smiled and said, "In Shujian Lake, I didn't go to Lu Zimeo's Qingsha Island, nor did I go to Zenji's Wudao School, but I just met senior sister Tian Hujuan, Wang Lidao Zhongsu, the last one, was a vulgar in a city by the lake." The young man was unable to read books. He relied on the strength of his waist and feet to be his husband, and he joined those dignitaries, literati and scholars who came to Shujian Lake to visit the landscape. Earning some hard money every day, Guken nostalgic, after finding this young man who used to be a neighbor who often chatted, he lent a sum of money to the young man and planned to open a shop together. In this way, why is Guken also a second shopkeeper? When Chen Pingan heard this, there was a little smile in his eyes. Lu Qin held chopsticks in one hand, and shook his sleeve with the other, pretending to pinch his fingers and calculate the fortune-telling. It is reasonable to say that after getting out of trouble, it should have been drinking celebration wine, but Guken turned his face and didn't recognize anyone, and ran to fight Chao Ci. Stalking and stalking, Guken became more and more angry. Chao Ci had to punch a little bit harder. Guken was seriously injured. Chen Pingan said, "Who lie?" Lu Qin nodded, "I'm a little confused. It's not good to provoke anyone, but I want to provoke Chao Ci." While Headmaster Lu was chatting with Master, Xiao Shuxia just ate supper silently. It was the first time that Ning Ji heard about Gu Kan and that Chao Ci, so he was a little curious. Lu Qin turned his head and smiled. "This Chao Ci is amazing. You are an old enemy of your master, and it is your master's martial arts path. Now, in the battle between Chao Ci and your master, there is still a gambling game, and I don't know how many gods on the mountain have bet on it, spending a lot of money." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "I have never won against Chao Ci once, and all the questions have been lost. However, no one can fault Chao Ci's character. I don't have a relationship with him that is both an enemy and a friend. There is no hostility or hatred, just friends." Ning Ji nodded and said, "Mr. is a scholar who aims to be immortal. Fighting and killing in the arena is not his job. This time, I followed Headmaster Lu on a strange trip, and it didn't go in vain." The teenager learned a lot of sayings in books. The young man's implication was that if Mr. Chen devoted himself to learning martial arts and boxing, he would be able to outperform Chao Ci. Chen Pingan smiled and nodded, "That's right." Xiao Shuxia laughed dumbly. No matter how much he respects his master, Xiao Shuxia doesn't think that if master focuses on boxing, he will definitely be able to win that Chao Ci. Zhu Lian once joked with Xiao Shuxia in private, that in the next 100 years, Chao Ci will be in the martial arts. Maybe he claims to be the second in the world and no one dares to call himself the first in the world. Xiao Shuxia was naturally a bit depressed at the time. If Chao Ci was at the top of the martial arts, so invincible in the world, how should his master handle himself? Zhu Lian then half-jokingly said, "Why does Chao Ci claim to be the second in the world?" Xiao Shuxia is not the kind of person who is active in thinking and good at debating, so he couldn't answer for a while. Zhu Lian asked himself and answered, maybe Chao Ci was too powerful, and no one could decide the winner with him, but Chao Ci always felt that there was someone who could compete with him for the first place. But in this fight, the two sides must be divided between life and death to decide the real outcome. So it can only be someone from later, who competes with the former Chao Ci for the first place. Xiao Shuxia nodded. At that time, his mind was full of his master, whom he respected like a god. Naturally, he felt that only a master could compete with Chao Ci. Zhu Lian smiled and said, "Is that person a mountain master who is bound to practice Taoism on the mountain for a long time?" "Where are you, Xiao Shuxia? Isn't he also a pure martial artist?" Lu Qin admired Ning Ji even more. "You young man, you haven't officially apprenticed to the teacher yet, and you haven't gone to Luopao Mountain yet." After going there, Ning Ji met the old cook Zhu Lian, the younger senior brother Cui Dongshan, the senior elder sister Pei Qian, especially Jiao Lao Shinxian. The atmosphere of Luopa Mountain is so strange. Sure enough, it's not that the family doesn't enter the house. Chen Pingan suddenly asked Lu Qin, "Do you think the great ditch of Tonggishao can be successfully excavated?" Lu Qin smiled without hesitation. The world and the earth all work together, how could it not be possible? It's just such a big feat and small bumps are inevitable, so it's a good thing. Chen Pingan raised the white bowl and handed it to Lu Qin. Let's borrow your auspicious words, let's go. Lu Qin raised the white bowl and gently bumped against it. Hello brothers, let's go one by one. Chen Pingan opened a school here. Being a teacher is really more arduous than returning to the upper 5 realms. Lu Qin asked with his heart, is there a demon that determines the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm? It seems to be nonsense, since Chen Pingan has already tried to break through the realm in Mi Xifeng's dojo, and more than once, how can he not encounter inner demons? But Chen Pingan nodded and replied in a deep voice, it's almost certain. The night wind in the mountains was cool and cool. Lu Qin held the wine bowl and looked at the string of slightly swaying but silent bells under the eaves of the school. The corner of Zhang Jiaolu's eyes was on the young warrior who would be very inconspicuous when he stayed by Chen Pingan's side, under Zhao Shu. It can even be said that Lu Qin appeared this time to a large extent to chat with this Zhao Shusha, who is very similar to Chen Pingan. Because it is too similar, it falls in the eyes of some experts, just like a fake calligraphy and painting, at most it gets the evaluation of the next level authentic work. But Lu Qin is not among that some. It was also at the wine table, compared to that in the Fanwan mansion of Hehuan Mountain, the female warrior with the ball-shaped hair and a bun, Chen Ping's great disciple. Lu Qin was even more worried about this close disciple on the road of Chen Pingan's martial arts. It's not that Zhao Shuxia's martial arts achievements will definitely be higher than that of Pei Qian. Before Zhao Shuxia was there to send Jialing to practice boxing, Lu Qin did some rough calculations. Zhao Shuxia's martial arts height was indeed, and it couldn't be higher than senior sister Pei Qian. After all, Pei Qian is now a martial artist of the limit, and Zhao Shuxia is a martial artist of the 5 realms who has just broken through for a few days, a pure martial artist who is destined to miss the word strongest in this life. Therefore, Lu Qin's admiration for Zhao Shuxia was just an unreasonable intuition, and the intuition of a cultivator like Lu Qin was itself a profound truth. After supper, Zhao Shuxia and Ning Ji cleaned up the dishes. Chen Pingan and Lu Qin continued to drink, but this time the drink was the soil shochu brewed by Chen Pingan from a certain Mengtong's house on the mountain. There are also guests, which can be described as neighbors. It was the newly appointed Shimei River water god, Gao Niu, who had just acquired a rare treasure. This river god, who looks like an old scribe, is holding an empty wine jug in his arms. Previously, this object was discovered by the servants of the government who were patrolling the waters. Seeing it floating on the Shimei River, the servants who moved the water actually moved and captured it. No, I couldn't move my strength, so I reported to my superiors and officials, and let these Shuefu assistants with the title of Narcissus, running the water method still can't change the drifting route of the jug down the water. I never thought that the river was high. As soon as the brewer came out, he was caught by his hand. He only felt that the jug seemed to be a living creature with enlightenment. He threw it out, but it stuck to his hand, and he couldn't throw it away. Around a group of Narcissus officials and shrimp soldiers and crab generals, they didn't know what to do, and the roaring beards and horses naturally made a loud noise. Gao Niu calmed down and found that the hot potato-like jug in his hand didn't seem to be unusual, but rather had a mysterious feeling of a great road. On the school side at the source of the Meha River, if there are objects with unknown origins and hidden murderous intentions, it is better to ask the well-informed Lord Yingguan to help them take them out. It is reasonable to say thank you in person. When Chen Pingan saw the jug, he kept calm, smiled and waved, "Brother Gao, come and sit here." Having obtained the decree of Lord Yingguan, Gao Nyang first trotted quickly, but then slowed down when he approached the wine table. I had already glimpsed an empty wine jug on the table. Gao Nyang was relieved, it was the exact same shape as the wine jug in his hand. Ning Ji, a newly admitted student of the school. Chen Pingan took advantage of Gao Nyo's quick and slow experience, and introduced with a smile, "This Taoist Lu is a strange person with exquisite Taoism, but he looks young, not old." Lu Chen hurriedly put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, still sitting, turned sideways, cupped his fists and smiled. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I have met Master River God, Xiao Dao and Mr. Qin are close friends who share weal and woe." Gao Nyo hurriedly bowed and saluted. "Little God Gao Nyo, thanks to Mr. Chen's care, is temporarily serving as the water of Shimei River, and it is an honor to meet Lu Xianchang. Lord Yingguan's friend on the mountain, can it be bad? Not to mention bowing and kowtowing a few times, isn't that the proper courtesy and friendship? Just saying that last time, I drank here with Yu Huiting, the female cultivator of Fengshua Temple." After that, Gao Nyang was fortunate to participate in a secret discussion about the Dragon Palace matter. He was quite kind, and after chatting a few more words, how bright his face was, and even the cultivators of Doli who accompanied the army looked at him a few times. Zhao Shuxia brought another bamboo chair over and said with a smile, "Mr. Gao, please take a seat." Gao Nyang quickly thanked him, because he had a jug in his hand, so he had to take the chair with one hand. Ning Ji had already got up and sat down with Zhao Shuxia with the chair. Lu Chen said, "Brother Gao, is this bringing wine?" Gao Nyo's face suddenly became embarrassed. Chen Pingan helped relieve the siege and said, "This kind of treasure, if it goes down with the water, is naturally obtained by those who are destined to get it." Gao Nyang was secretly delighted in his heart. The treasure light flashed, and the jug fell off his hand. Gao Nyang quickly reached out to catch it, but he didn't care about anything. A green rope was tied around his waist. Lu Qin smiled and said, "Distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors, and if the neighbors can be harmonious, Brother Gao is good fortune." Gao Nyo nodded vigorously and said, "Blessed, being able to be neighbors with Lord Yingguan is a blessing from a little god." Zhao Shuxia has brought a white bowl to Gao Nyang. Ning Ji was just curious about the honorific title given by the river to Mr. Qin. Is it some kind of official position? Chen Pingan smiled and said, "The good fate in the world, one after another, is mutual." Li people are not surprised. Gao Nyo said nothing, drank 2 bowls of soil brewing water in a row, and toasted with the young Yingguan and Lu Xianchang respectively. "Since I'm not good at words, my sincere love is full of love, and it's all in the drink." "You didn't expect the wine to be so strong." Gao Jiu took a sip and wondered, where did the soil shochu come from? The wine is so domineering. Chen Pingan returned a bowl. Lu Chen just took a sip of wine from the bowl, and sighed, "Seeing Brother Gao tonight, it reminds Xiao Dao of an old friend, who is also surnamed Gao, Gao Gu, Lonely Gu. Gao brother, you are the brewer of wine. He has few friends and only a handful of friends. He always likes to say that the body is not a relative, let alone a foreign object, but he likes to drink alone. But he has never been drunk in his life. I think you have some fate." Gao Jiu quickly held the bowl in both hands. "The friends who want to come to Lu Xianchang are all Dao men immortals above the sea of clouds, and the goddess of the river with thin eyebrows. How dare you climb high?" Gao Jiu's polite words are really not wrong. Lu Chen's so-called old friend, Gao Gu, is indeed not an old Taoist immortal that he can easily climb. Qingming Tianxia, Rifei Mountain Huayang Palace, Yuzhou Taoist priest Gao Gu, Taoist named Juyue, one of the 10 people in Qingming Tian, very hopeful to become one of the 14 realms with the help of alchemy. There was no delicacy on the small table, only a few plates of snacks. Zhao Shuxia and Ning Ji were just chewing on the dried sweet potatoes sent by an elder Meng Tong. Gao Nyo soon learned the young Taoist's ability to talk about the idle world. He was really able to chat, and there was a table of people, just listening to him talking about the mountains over there. How big are the heavens and the earth, how many sentient beings? The human world has been in the world for thousands of years, but it is here and now. Brother Gao, you and I can meet and drink the village wine at this moment. This kind of fate, if you don't teach the bottle in front of you to be full and empty, you can, it's beyond words. Hey, what I said is bad. There is no seniority at the wine table, no matter how good or bad one's background is. It only depends on the quality of the wine, and what's more, Brother Gao, why should you be humble? Your face is very accurate. Although you are old, you are not too late. You look like a scholar who has read poetry in books, but you are not pedantic. You are born with a posthumous title. Jiang Shui Jingxin, what constraints do you have in life and death? Old eyes can't read a book, so what if you don't stop talking? You can't stop talking about things, and you're full of courage. The horses are in blue shirts and thousands of people are shouting. The emperor was in a hurry back then. Chickens and dogs live in the same boat. Who is the guest and who is the master? I admire it, and when I look up, it's already a legacy, and I can't help but rejoice in it. It's a legacy, and those who look at it later will also feel it and feel it. Brother Gao, you and I are both Taoist friends. As a momentary official, and a long-term spectator, you must not leave one. Drunk in the countryside at the wine table and get immortality. Gao Niu occasionally answered a few words. He was pleased with the approachable nature of the young Taoist priest, but there was a little bit of disagreement in his heart. Could it be that he met his peers and rivals tonight? This Lu Xianchang has experience in the officialdom. Otherwise, how can you blow it better than yourself? At the beginning, when the Taoist priest talked about the high-brewed wine, Master River God would quickly mention one, and drink a bowl or half of a bowl of soil burnt, but no matter how good the amount of alcohol is, it can't bear the one statement after another of Daoist Lu. Such persuasion is really true. It's a bit more powerful. After all, in such a once-in-lifetime wine situation, he always has to put aside his identity to really drink. Besides, Lord Yingguan has begun to help himself to stop drinking. The reason is lame, saying that they drink it. There is not much left over for the city's earth and fire, so I have to have some left over so that I can drink and refresh myself while preparing for the class. At the end of Zhao drinking, his face changed slightly, and he quickly pleaded guilty with a sound. His footsteps were unsteady, and he staggered to the distance of the school to vomit. The Lord River God did not dare to use his magical powers to dispel the alcohol, but he did not forget to reach out and wave his sleeves to dispel the odor. Chen Pingan also drank and blushed, and said with an angry smile, Master Lu really wants to add water transport to the Shimei River. Anyway, change the method. Lu Qin smiled and said, if Gao Nyang knew the truth, he would be able to drink the wine you have here, and then vomit and drink again, and he would be willing to vomit out his heart and liver. It turned out that Gao Brewery drank a few taels of wine on the wine table, and a Shimei River could add a few pounds of water transportation. Lu Qin clasped the back of his head with both hands, leaned back against the bamboo chair, hiccups, looked up at the sky, and murmured, Zhaojia's wine table is probably our world 10,000 years ago. After Gao Niu vomited, he just felt refreshed, returned to the wine table, and took the initiative to ask for wine. Together with Chen Yingguan and Lu Daochang, the three of them drank a full 3 pots, or maybe 4 pots of immortal brewing water. As for where the drink came from, the river god, who is very observant, can't remember clearly. Anyway, he just remembered that he had drunk it completely, so he rolled up his sleeves and slammed with the Daochang Lu, and finally Gao Brewing slapped his head heavily. The desktop fell into a deep sleep, snoring like thunder. Zhao Xuxia and Ning Ji didn't drink, they couldn't sleep anyway, so they had gone for a walk together long ago. Lu Qin looked at Chen Pingan, whose eyes were shining brightly, and scolded with a smile, you are too bullying for your alcohol intake, and it has nothing to do with alcohol. Chen Pingan smiled and said, I advise you to drink. No matter how bad the wine is, it can't be worse than you. The more he drank, the more sober Chen Pingon became. He really never got drunk a few times in his life, and he was very drunk. It seemed that he was only drunk once in Huangliangfu land when he was young. Later, he went to find Su Yuanxia and got drunk that time too. Just as Lu Qin was about to speak, he raised his hand, covered his mouth and ran. After a while, he swaggered back to the wine table and slumped on the bamboo chair. It's been a long time since I drank like this. I remember the last time, it was a long time ago. At that time, on the wine table of the small alley restaurant, there was the city lord of Shinshao City who returned to his hometown from Baiyujing. Yao Kizhou, whose Taoist name was Ancient. Besides Lu Qin, there was also Sun Huaizhong, the Xuandu Guan. Huayong Palace is high and lonely. The wine was also drowsy and dizzy. After that, Yao Kizhou said that Sun Guanju helped Lu Qin to leave the wine table, but Gao Gu said that it was Lu Qin who was carried away by Yao Kizhou, and Sun Guanju said that he personally pulled Lu Qin's leg and left. Alleys, so the alleys full of chicken and dog that night were extraordinarily clean. Lu Qin took out a porcelain bottle, poured out a few fragrant medicinal pills, slapped it into his mouth, chewed it, and then handed out the porcelain bottle to Chen Pingon, smiling. If you can hangover, you can stop dizziness immediately. Chen Pingon, who was still able to bear it hard, somehow, when he heard about the hangover and dizziness, his stomach began to churn. The ground vomited towards the stream for a while. Returning to the seat, he also leaned against the back of the chair like Lu Qin, reaching out and rubbing his stomach lightly. Gao Zhou was still snoring. Lu Qin picked up his chopsticks again, picked up the last few snacks on the plate, and said with a smile, "It is rare for a cultivator to get drunk a few times. How do you think of Ning Ji this year?" That's how we thought of Chen Pingon back then. Lu Qin said, "If I set up a stall in the town and told you that I would be like today, would you believe it?" In fact, many of the younger generation of Lizhu Dongtian went to the gambling table early, and there were even a few of the heavens favorites. It was only at the last moment that they lost all their bets. Chen Pingon said, "Being able to achieve today's achievements and getting here step by step, luck is a big factor." Lu Qin smiled. Nowadays, there may be 99 out of 100 people in the world, and the remaining one is either an old acquaintance like me, or someone close to Luopao Mountain. After all, the saying goes, I should only have 8 liters of rice in my life, and I am dissatisfied with fighting all over the world. Chen Pingon nodded. Lu Qin picked up his chopsticks, glanced at Gao Zhou, and said with a smile, "In the future, you have to remind him, take a chopstick and dish out a plate, and change the stinky problem of shaking 3 times in the air, and the people at the same table look so tired and crooked." Chen Pingon smiled and said, "It's just too much." Lu Qin put down his last chopsticks and chewed the appetizers carefully. Life is like a tree with 1,000 flowers, just falling with the wind. Each has its own place, and it will fall to the ground and grind it into dust under the tree, like a person's hometown of death. There are also those who drift along with the water and go to distant places like a wanderer who does not return to their hometown. There are also those who fall on the bed mat after passing through the doors and windows, and those who fall into the mixed juice after entering the fence. You Confucian sages say that this is not cause and effect. In fact, in my opinion, it is not a rut. The ancients who are great still can't get out of it. That Gao Nyot suddenly woke up and shouted loudly, "If the fate comes, meet it." After he finished speaking, he fell back to sleep, and Master River God did not forget to reach out and touch the flask around his waist. Chen Pingon was taken aback. Is he really drunk? Fake sleep. Lu Qin couldn't help laughing and said with a smile, "I'll just say, Brother Gao is a true learner. In a daze, he tells the truth when drunk, but that's all." A fallen out mountain, with 2 gatekeepers, Xing Dafeng and Taoish Xianwei. Xiao Mo, the wild Beijing who goes by the pseudonym Xiego, these two sword cultivators in the Ascension realm, one peak and one consummation. And that white-haired boy, the newly appointed genealogist Kong Ho, is a transmutation demon from the Ascension realm. Coupled with those young people who have entered Luo Pao Mountain one after another, the children are all like grass and trees when spring is sprouting, thriving and good for all things. Lu Qin said, before at the top of Splashing Imo Peak, Chao Rong asked me a question, whether the 3 or 4 disputes within the Confucian temple were more inclined to the literati. Chen Pingan asked with a smile, what's the truth? Lu Qin said to himself, it is said that in ancient times, there was no difference between day and night in the eyes of gods. For 10,000 years in future generations, now on the mountain, only the little master who made the characters, the Howran ritualist who cast the cauldron, separated the heaven and the earth, and then the heaven and earth were connected. In fact, this move of Li Xing has completely cut off the possibility of human Taoist priests entering the 16th realm. The patriarchs of the 3 sects are well aware of this, especially my master. 10,000 years ago, before the riverside discussion, he calculated this result. When the human world and the human heart are divided into good and evil, there is a real difference between heaven and earth. So Wen Sheng's human nature is inherently evil, and it seems that he is in confrontation with Ye Sheng's human nature, but in fact, it is based on this and Ye Sheng's strength to once again open up the world. Hearing this, Chen Pingan hesitated for a while, but still didn't take out the drink. In the school, I made a rule for myself not to use magic. Lu Qin smiled and said, do you know why Wen Sheng is most partial to you, a close disciple? Chen Pingan remained silent. Lu Qin said slowly, Cui Yu is too smart, so he has no patience with the stupid people in the world, plus he sees the long term, so he is full of anxiety about the whole world. He once wanted to make an end with the world, but in the end, he chose to shake hands with the world that disappointed him, and to leave without saying goodbye to all the people he cared about. Cui Yu should go to study Buddhism with great concentration, treat all beings with an equal heart, and then overcome the barriers of writing and completely detach from the barriers of heaven and earth. For him, it is easy. The left and right are always tolerant to the vulgar people in the mountains, otherwise he will not be alone and visit immortals at sea, just worried that his sword qi will affect the mountains and rivers in various places. However, he has always had a bad temper when dealing with qi practitioners on the mountain, because he has a bad temper in his heart. Deep down, I always felt that a Taoist cultivator should have a matching Taoism. In short, it is a person's deeds, which must be equivalent to their knowledge. Therefore, after practicing swordsmanship, the higher the swordsmanship, the more alive he is. It became more and more tangled, because he felt that as if the swordsmanship was high, it would not help. Left and right should go to the deep mountains to learn Taoism, leave behind benevolence, righteousness, courtesy, wisdom and faith, and only seek Taoism and virtue. Lu Shilu, because of his background and age, when he looked at the human world, there was no distinction between good and evil at first. Even if he worshipped the old Xiuzai as his teacher, he only recognized the old Xiuzai, that's all. So your senior Jun Qian can actually become a god, at least the height of the 12 high-ranking gods in ancient times. Qi Jingchen, what a pity. As for you. Having said that, Lu Qin picked up an empty jug on the table, raised his head, shook it vigorously, smashed his mouth, and said with a smile, Chen Pingan, you are so pitiful. Chen Pingan smiled and said, Lu Qin, I have been friends for many years, don't bother me. There is no suitable vulgar rhyme, and the nature loves Chushan. The middle-aged is quite good, and the late home is Nanshan. The old one is more forgetful, but the lovesickness is not forgotten. Lu Qin picked up the bamboo chopsticks, knocked on the wine bowl, and sang leisurely, those who abandon me will not stay on the day of yesterday, and those who disturb my heart will be troubled today. Touch the fish, embroider the curtains in the spring breeze, and treat the dogwood once a year. Listen to the songs of the mountain ghosts, and the year is turning into the night. The wine keeps people drunk, and the world is drunk with the king, and the plum blossoms elsewhere. At the wine table, apart from Lu Chen's voice, Chen Pingan never said a word, only Gao Ying's thunderous snoring. Not far away, Zhao Shuxia and Ning Ji were already on their way back to the school. There was an old tree on the bank, with lush foliage, and the old green was dripping. Along the way, the two people who have almost decided their identities as apprentices and brothers, although they don't talk much about each other, they chat very well, probably because of their slightly different backgrounds but similar circumstances. In short, I have endured hardships in my youth, and it is strong. It is almost like eating a few large dry biscuits and swallowing my stomach without drinking water. They stopped here. On the other side of the stream, there was a small green pool. In the picture scroll of the long river, Ning Ji saw with his own eyes the young boy in the village who had good physical strength. With the hammer, he raised his arm high, and then hit the hammer of the big and small stones, and the stream fish hidden at the bottom fainted. It must have been struck by lightning, almost floating on the surface of the water, being picked up and thrown into the fish basket. Some people choose the place where the swimming fish gather first, build a stone upstream, as if to build a dam, and finally encircle a whole shallow pool. Ning Ji smiled and said, Lord Daoist Lu said that when a scholar is learning, he must know how to fish when the pond is dry, and to catch fish in the water. In fact, the same is true. Zhao Shuxia couldn't help laughing and laughing. Did Headmaster Lu say the wrong order? But Zhao Shuxia quickly frowned. Seeing that Zhao Shuxia had no intention of moving for the time being, Ning Ji had nothing to do, so he squatted on the shore, picked up the stones at hand and threw them into the small pool at will. Before Lu Daochang passed by this place, he casually said with a smile, later in the late spring, when all the flowers outside the mountain withered away, this tree was the only one that flourished, and it reached the edge of the stream. Zhao Shuxia heard the words, dry the sea in fish. Although he was just a pure warrior, he had no reason to think of a scene on the mountain. If you compare the fish in the stream to the chi trainer in the world, the flowing water pouring down from the mountains and condensing here, is regarded as the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Swimming in water is a matter of course and right. Maybe you don't even know that water is water. So, if you are in the middle of heaven and earth, do Qi practitioners also regard cultivating Qi as a matter of course? Zhao Shuxia's gaze moved upward, from the stream to the mountain, the top of the mountain, and finally the sky. Ning Ji finally asked, Brother Zhao, what are you thinking? Zhao Shuxia regained his senses, withdrew his gaze, and smiled with the young man. It's nothing. They returned to the school together and held a very simple ceremony. It was nothing more than Qin Pingan sitting on a chair and drinking a bowl of tea brought by Ning Ji. Apart from the young apprentice brother Zhao Shuxia, the only person watching this ceremony was Lu Qin with his arms wrapped around his sleeves. Ning Ji kowtowed, and Qin Pingan helped the boy up. At this moment, a poor and sour old man who was in trouble quickly crossed the threshold and said with a smile, It's okay. Seeing that the opportunity was not good, Lu Qin wanted to apply oil on the soles of his feet, but the old scholar stood on tiptoes, put his arms around his neck, and forcibly hooked his shoulders with him. What are you going to do? It's rare for our brothers to meet each other, no, eh? Lu Qin stretched out his hand and patted the old scholar's arm vigorously, and said decisively, I'm sorry, I'm busy with business, I'll get it back. The old scholar nodded to Qin Pingan and the others, smiling brightly, and at the same time dragged Headmaster Lu to the wine table outside the door and said, It's not bad for this wine, let's talk a little more about the quarrel. You have participated, I have participated, and both won, but in the morning and the evening, but unfortunately I didn't meet, I will make up for it today, and chat while drinking. Already. Lu Qin raised his hands, Pin Dao admit defeat. The old Xiaocai let go of his arms, twitched his beard and smiled, and nodded. Master Lu is very bold, and he admits defeat in half, and it must be a good talk to spread out in the future. Ning Ji looked bewildered. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "It's your husband's husband." Ning Ji wanted to kowtow, but the old Xiaocai quickly stepped forward and held the boy's arm. "Don't, just make a bow, sincerity is enough." The young man turned his head to look at his husband. Chen Pingan nodded with a smile, and the young man bowed respectfully to the old scholar. The old man hurriedly shook his clothes and shook his sleeves, straightened his waist, smiled, and accepted the salute. Preaching for teachers, seeking scholars and accepting careers, all must be calm. The teacher is rigorous in his studies and has a peaceful attitude. The students are respectful, courteous, and calm in their studies. The old show was laughing from year to year, which is good. The old scholar who was pleased with Lao Huai turned his head and said with a smile to Lu Qin, "Just don't worry, this kind of thing about admitting defeat tonight will never go out." Sort of Coming Chapter 1032. The young Taoist priest wearing a lotus crown hurriedly bowed his thanks, and said pitifully, "I only ask the old scholar to keep his promise, and don't accidentally say anything. There are only a few people in the school tonight." Although Chen Pingan is a close disciple of an old scholar, his mouth is still very strict, and he never likes to talk behind his back. As for Zhao Xuxia and Ning Ji, one has a stable personality, the other I have a good relationship with myself, and I think it is unlikely that anyone will talk about this kind of thing, but the old scholar can't do anything, so don't go back to the Zhongta Confucian temple, beating gongs and drums, setting off firecrackers and pulling banners, or you will be with Yu Xian and Sui. Traveling around the mountains with these friends, chatting a few words, isn't it just that the words at the wine table are not true, and one is careless? At that time, it will be spread to King Mingxiangxia, and then it will be exaggerated through Zuanduguan. It is estimated that Lu Qin will have an extra nickname of Lu's half. The poor and sour old scholar in a Confucian shirt bowed his head and saluted. "Where is it? Zhang Jiao Lu is not good at making a name for himself. I have always been stupid, and I really want to quarrel with my heart. Teacher Lu asked me to have one arm and one leg. There is no match for Headmaster Lu. This is the beginning of getting cheap and selling well." The old Xiaocai winked with Lu Qin, turned to Chen Pingan, and the others said that they wanted to have a few whispers with Master Lu, and then walked out the door. The old Xiaocai was not tall, but Lu Qin was slender. Poor Headmaster Lu was dragged out by the old Xiaocai with his head tilted to the side. Good-tempered Taoist priests and generous old scholars seemed to be ranked fourth in their respective Taoist lines. Ning Ji was a little confused, just because of the name Lu Qin and the identity of headmaster by Yujing. Taoist Wu Di had already explained it to the young man in the capital of Yushuan, because he could understand Ning Ji even if he had called him. For example, now Ning Ji has a general idea of the weight of Lu Qin on the mountain. In simple terms, Lu Qin is one of the most important figures in the world, but for some reason, Daoist Lu, whose hometown is here, is in the Baiyujing. Nanhua City is one of the headmasters of Taoism. Then the unmasked grandfather of his own family seems to be able to gain the upper hand on Dao Chonglu's side. Chen Pingan had drank apprentice tea before. According to his seniority, this old gentleman, who was called Sir by Mr. Lu, and who was called Old Xiaocai by Zhang Jiao Lu, was Ning Ji's grandfather. Ning Ji lowered her voice and asked curiously, "A quarrel?" Chen Pingan explained with a smile, "Mr. deliberately made it simple and easy, but it was actually a serious debate." Both Mr. and Lu Qin participated in the 100-year-old debate on the three religions of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism, but it was not the same debate. They had a finale and an opening, and they all won very convincing, but later their realm and status were high, and they stopped participating in the debate according to the rules, so they didn't meet. Ning Ji continued to ask, "Sir, what is the result of the debate between the patriarch and Dao Chonglu?" Chen Pingan thought for a while, and said some fair and impartial words, "Not necessarily, the outcome is hard to say. Lu Chenxian, Wang Yang is unrestrained, the best at fables, there is no one, majestic, really no one. The enemy is like a heavy rain falling from the sky. Ordinary people are in the wild, there is no way to hide and there is no way to avoid them. Those who are hostile are like those who face a flood and break their banks, and those who are sincerely convinced are like a long drought and rain, and the fish that dry up the land will return. The river. The teacher is reasonable in his teaching, with a clear context and stable sequence. Besides, his literary style is also excellent, but it is not the kind of gorgeous words. It is like paving the road ahead, and the future generations can follow. Hearing this, Ning Ji breathed a sigh of relief. He hoped that Patriarch was very knowledgeable and had great debates. He also didn't want Lu Dao to lose. A tie would be best, and it would be better not to quarrel at all. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Writing has always been abhorrent. Mr. used to teach in a poor alley for many years, and he was very poor. Every time he bought books, paper and pen, he had to pay attention to the budget. The Marquis of Jinha borrowed food." Although he said it lightly, in fact, Chen Pingan just said that he was very nervous and did not exaggerate at all. Just because once Mr. and Lu Qin formally discussed the Tao, it will have immeasurable consequences for the two worlds. A small accident, the Confucian temple when Xing and the head teacher Lu Qin seemed to meet by chance in a village school, it will bring countless far-reaching inevitables to the next millennium. Of course, Chen Pingan didn't want his husband to quarrel with Lu Qin for himself. At the critical moment when the three religious mountains and rivers are about to separate into countless tributaries and branches, Lu Qin is of course even more reluctant to have a debate with Wen Xing, because the two sides are destined to have no winner, only lose both. When the old scholar is ruthless, he can at least delay or even block Lu Chen's 15th realm. Of course, Wen Xing himself will pay a very painful price. Those who can do this have seen several worlds. Indeed, they are not one-handed, at most one or two people, and the old show just happens to be on this list. So this time, I hurried back to Howran world from the outside world. It was also an extremely tough statement made by the old scholar and headmaster Lu Qin, or the entire Bai Yujing, or the Taoist ancestor. As an accomplice, you must also protect the way for the closed disciples who have not yet reached the top and are walking on the mountain road. It's just that the other party is Lu Qin, who is better off doing more than one thing, so the old scholar is still very careful. If you give me face, I will give you face. It is only said that the old show has helped Yu Xian to successfully merge the Taoist galaxy, and then fetch the river map, whether it is Taoist or Taoist. In short, the entire Taoist sect must accept this love. Generally speaking, Taoist priests can do nothing, and it does not concern themselves. Hang up, but Lu Qin and his master, Dao Zhu, have their identities over there, so naturally they can't be so careless. On a small wine table, the old Xiuzai and Lu Qin sat opposite each other. The old Xiuzai took out 2 wine glasses and placed them on the table. He smiled and asked Master Lu to take out 2 pots of good wine from Qingming Tianxia, and Lu Qin took it out from his sleeve. The 2 pots were made from immortal brewing in the Biyun Tower of Baiyujing and Huayang Palace in Difei Mountain respectively. They were each filled with a glass of wine. The old scholar praised each other for his virtuous heart, like jade hidden in the mountains. Zayikai's good words, but said that in the room next to Chen Pingan, the house is full of books, and the taste of books is better than that of raising fish in water. In the past, Yaxing once traveled to the world of Qingming. In addition to negotiating the matter of Ko-Ming's scattering in the Hauran world, Yaxing also had the will to preach in foreign countries and open academies, but he was in charge of the head teacher of Baiyujing for 100 years. It's Yudo, and Yudo doesn't like to deal with common affairs. He has been in the sky for a long time, confronted with demons all the year round, and he is too lazy to meet Yaxing, so it is a few respected Baiyujing priests and Yaxing secretly discussing matters, so there is no way. Negotiate. But in fact, if Baiyujing Taoist officials could have calculated that the ancestors of the three sects were scattered, they would never have refused it. Now, of course, the one who benefits the most is the contention of 100 schools of thought, especially Buddhist temples and Taoist temples. The world is magnificent. The reason why those Baiyujing Taoist officials did not agree to Yaxing back then was that apart from worrying that Confucian forces would spread their branches and leaves in the world and get out of hand, there was actually a great cultivator who would think about things and get farther and farther from the truth. The reason may be replaced by the river god Gaozhou, who has been in officialdom and public practice, but can see the truth at a glance. That is, just because the headmaster Yudo did not show up, Baiyujing will think that this is Yudo. The attitude of the headmaster has changed. Since Yudo doesn't nod his head, then there is no need to discuss it. As one of the only two remaining headmasters in Baiyujing, Lu Qin, of course, can facilitate this matter. The big deal is to go to Tian Weishan to have a few words with senior brother Yudo, and then send a message to the 12th floor of Baiyujing's 5 cities. It is nothing more than an extra trip. It's just that Lu Qin didn't know why, but he pretended not to know about it, and was just traveling abroad, going to Xuandugwan to discuss and criticize, or looking for big monks like Gao Gu and Wu Shuangjiang to eat and drink. No one is as comfortable as Headmaster Lu, who communicates with each other without a trace. It is only said that after serving as the headmaster of Baiyujing, Lu Qin and the Qingming world did not seem to have done any feats in the worldly sense, far from being comparable to the previous 2 headmaster brothers. Occasionally deeds circulated, but also some absurd jokes. Mr. Wensheng, has he ever wasted a moment of time? Reading people and things is like watching mountains and rivers, and what he has done, where his deeds are, a scholar can influence countless scholars. If this is not a feat, what is it? The old scholar scratched his head, held the cup in one hand again, and sighed with a beard in the other. I don't know that old age is coming, and my head will turn white in an instant, and I will be very old. Lu Qin smiled and said, looking back at this life-seeking Taoism, it is a blessing to think carefully. This kind of thing is just what Headmaster Lu said, but no one else can tell. Don't be angry when you wake up in the morning, don't scold Yusher's wife. Read more books on sages, and hee when you are in trouble. Self-cultivation, the way of life, that's all. The old scholar was suddenly dumbfounded. Probably Chen Pingon saw that the wine table was really just chatting, so he walked to the door and asked the husband if he wanted to have a late-night snack. About to rebel. Seeing Chen Pingon standing without moving, the old scholar asked him to sit down and chat, drink a little if he could, and drink tea if he couldn't. Chen Pingon nodded and sat at the table, while Zhao Xuxia and Ning Ji went to the kitchen to work for supper. They planned to fry a few more appetizers, and depending on the situation, they are going to have a second drink. Lu Qin smiled and said, "You don't have to be so nervous, Mr. Wensheng and I can't quarrel." Generally speaking, the old scholar who is a husband said that he would talk to Lu Qin. As a student and disciple, Chen Pingon, who is both private and rational, should not be disturbed, and it is not in line with the rules. Probably this is the exclusive treatment of closed disciples. Lu Qin has also been a closed-door disciple for thousands of years, and he feels the same, and must feel the same. Chen Pingon said angrily, "No quarrel, the initiative is in my husband's hands," and Chief Lu said it's a fart. The old scholar stroked his beard and smiled. "Listen, is it sincere or not? is it warm or not? Lu Qin heard that Chen Pingan addressed himself as Daoist Lu rather than Headmaster Lu, and the content of his words was not obvious, so he didn't care. The old Shotsai remembered something, touched his sleeves, but found nothing, just looked up at Headmaster Lu. Lu Qin smiled and stretched out a finger and wiped it on his mouth, indicating that Pindao knew the rules and must be tight-lipped. Only then did the old scholar figure out a copy of the river map. After all, he did it in a hurry. The true meaning of arithmetic contained in it may not exist in 10. The old Shotsai reminded Chen Pingan not to open it in a hurry, and it would not be too late to return to the upper 5 realms one day. Now if you open the scroll and read the content, a Taoist heart will only be deeply immersed in it. That is, his own closed disciple, who has cultivated his mind successfully, so that the old show can be trusted. Otherwise, if you are an ordinary Qi practitioner, even if you are an immortal, you can't take this picture of the river, which is just a copy. People. Chen Pingan nodded and put it into his sleeve silently, as if he was unrestrained on the wine table. He made an exception to cast the magic technique once. Over the desk. The old scholar smiled and said, "It's a good thing to like to study arithmetic and arithmetic. In the future, when you travel to the Middle Earth and Divine Continent, you can ask the old ancestors of the art masters for advice. They owed your senior brother a lot of favor back then. If you have any questions, just feel free to ask. Don't be afraid to ask. If you ask them, it will be a new incense relationship." Little Treasure Bottle, Yugon, and Ning Ji and other children, you can ask those old masters for teaching questions confidently in the future. The old Shotsai took out another temporarily intercepted picture of time, and he did not intend to keep it for a long time. Lu Qin knows the good intentions of the old scholar, and the great monks on the mountain are often better known than meeting each other. Since Chen Pingan will definitely go to the Qingming world in the future, he should take a look at some Qingming monks with his own eyes as soon as possible. Hear what they have to say. Above the picture scroll, beyond that day, the galaxy is boundless, and the mind is vast. The old scholar squatted on top of the gourd and sighed, sighing every time he took a sip of wine. Yu Laozhen, who was the host, was a little embarrassed. The more the old scholar said nothing, the more guilty Yu Xian felt. When the old scholar raised the jug, he in turn persuaded Yu Xian with a sentence, "Tian, he was very fresh tonight, and he had no worries and no place to relax." Yu Xian was a little overwhelmed, just because Lu Qi was empty-handed and did not bring gifts to the person who came to congratulate him tonight. Afterwards, Gu Qingsong, who went to Tianhe by boat, scolded Yu Xian a few words. Besides, Master Su had a clean sleeve, and Qing Longzhou of Dafu Academy was a scholar, so the friendship between gentlemen was like water. Wei Shi, the owner of the dignified 72 Peaks, is recognized as a wealthy man in the world. How rich his family is, probably because he is so rich and rich, he does not rarely mention money, so he is eagerly waiting to help collect gifts. The old scholar, let alone a magic weapon on the mountain, even the shadow of an immortal money. After Wei Shi's visit, another Lixiaozu cultivator, Jing Hao with the Taoist name of Qinggong Taibao, came in a hurry. As the leading mountain immortal in Lixiaozu, after sensing the vision of Tianhe, he did not hesitate. In the unique way of the Ascension Realm cultivator, I reported to the Confucian Temple and recorded it again, and then I was informed by the Confucian Temple that it was possible. You can travel far beyond the sky, but your time is limited, and you may not stay outside the sky for more than an hour. But when Jing Hao saw the old scholar beside Yu Xian, she almost turned around and left. The last time I discussed matters at the Confucian Temple, I just watched a lively event from afar. At most, it was the guests of the house and the Taoist friends on the mountain, who said a few words that were not so pleasant. Then the left and right went to the door to ask for guilt. Although he only handed out a sword, Jing Hao, who was known as all the 80 ways to the top, was seriously injured. A scholar with such a bad temper, let you have a superb swordsmanship, or you can't be a sage in the Confucian temple. Yu Xian pretended not to see the embarrassed fellow Daoist Jing Hao, and just asked with a smile in his heart, "Old scholar, what's the matter?" Pin Dao remembers that Jing Hao was only stabbed left and right, but your disciple doesn't like to turn around. People with old accounts usually end with people asking about swords. Even if something is over, Jing Hao won't see you, so be so frightened. This is still what Yu Xian said implicitly. With Jing Hao as a human being, as long as there is a chance, he will definitely be close to the pole and Wenxing, and he will also think about turning over some things. Poor Jing Hao, the first person on the dignified Lixiaozu mountain, hesitated in the distance, and felt embarrassed for a while. Indeed, if it was just beaten, Jing Hao would be considered a mute to eat Coptish Chinensis, and it would be okay to endure it. The key was not long after leaving left and right, another big man came to make Jing Hao have to take the initiative to kowtow. The other party was also a sword cultivator, but he was very related to Qinggong Mountain where Zhongmen Zushan was located. If it is said that the ancient Shu world is the place where this person attains Taoism, then Qinggong Mountain is the place where this sword cultivator cultivates Taoism. Therefore, the vein of Jing Hao is actually the dove occupying the magpie's nest, which belongs to borrowing, but the real master has disappeared for 3,000 years since the end of the dragon-slaying battle. Over time, in a sect, no one except Jing Hao, the patriarch, knew this amazing inside story. The old Shouzai said with a smile, "Brother, you didn't know anything." He was in the Confucian temple at the time. When the left and right front feet were just walking, the Qin Xianjun followed with his back feet, which was equivalent to pouring another basin of cold water on Jing Hao's head. Jing Hao was frightened. Not light. Yu Xian became more and more curious. How to say it, let me tell you. The old scholar said, the ancestor of Jing Hao's lineage has a good relationship with Qin Xianjun, and the relationship between the two sides is somewhat similar. Gu Qingsong and Lu Qin, so if the latter goes out of the mountain, Jing Hao has to give up the ancestor mountain. Returning to the original owner, even if Jing Hao throws it at the Confucian temple, it won't work. Yu Xian suddenly realized that Qinggong Mountain used to be the dojo of the dragon slayer Qin Qinglu. Therefore, when the dragon slayer reappears during the discussion in the Confucian temple, the most panicked Qi practitioner in the world may be Jing Hao, who believes that virtue does not match and skills are inferior to others. Sure enough, after being approached by Qin Qinglu, Jing Hao made up his mind in an instant, and if he couldn't afford to hide, he simply moved the entire sect out of the Qinggong Mountains. It's going to hurt a lot, but it's better than worrying about it all day. I never thought that Qin Xianjun, who had really planned to close the mountain at the beginning, seemed to change his attention temporarily. The implication was that he sent Qinggong Mountain to Jing Hao. But there is something in the words. It can be regarded as making two small requests with Jing Hao. One is a disciple who was imprisoned by Jing Hao. He Qin Qinglu is pleasing to the eye, and you have to restore the other party's suzerain status. At that time, Qin Qinglu said that if you don't want it, forget it. Of course Jing Hao didn't dare to be unwilling. No matter how unwilling he was, the head on his shoulders had to nod. Qin Qingli's second request at that time was that he might have one of his friends on the mountain in the future to travel to Lixiaozu. The senior on the mountain who was said by Qin Xianjun to be a good brother has the Taoist name Little Dragon King of Luopa Mountain. He also said that when Jing Hao met this fellow Taoist, he could recognize it at a glance. Therefore, Jing Hao then used various channels and means to let several capable confidants personally travel to Beia Pingzu to inquire about the news of Luopao Mountain. As a result, the information of Qinggong Mountain was sent back, but Jing Hao was furious. He directly issued a decree with strict language close to Shenqi, and scolded them without saying anything, wrote 2 words at the end of the secret letter, and then explore. It turned out that there was indeed a Qi trainer who looked like a boy in Tsing-yi on the Luobao mountain in Aquarius Island, but according to the first espionage report, it was a nascent soul realm water flood dragon who successfully walked on Luzhou in Beiju. Is it just an earth fairy daffodils? It's no wonder that Jing Hao is furious. You are a bunch of idiots. Are you also a fool when you are a master? The second piece of information is more detailed. Even the real body named Shen Lingjun is a small water snake, and they have been thoroughly investigated. Earlier, in the territory of Huangtinghua, which was a vassal of the Gao clan of the Great Sui dynasty, there was a royal river, so Chen Lingjun was related to the water god. Moni is a very outgoing personality, a boy in green clothes. It was only later that he met the young hidden official who had not yet made his fortune at the time. He was one of the first seniors to follow Chen Pingan to Luopao Mountain for cultivation. This made the wily Jing Hao even more suspicious. A person who slays a dragon, and a nascent soul realm water dragon, called brothers and sisters, who would believe it? It's just that Jing Hao was killed and didn't believe it, so what? You can't really be beaten to death to believe it. In short, no matter what the truth is, Luopeishan and Chen Pingan can't be avoided. Since Chen Pingan could not be avoided, Jing Hao felt even more guilty when he saw Wenxing tonight. Li Xing hardly intervenes in the specific affairs of the Confucian Temple, and Yixing lives in a wild world, so now the real management of the Confucian Temple is this old scholar who seems to be the temporary leader. The old Shotsai smiled and said, "Brother you were scolded by fellow Taoist Xiancha before, it's not like you have been wronged." Yu Xian reluctantly said, "As a cultivator of genealogy, you often watch the ceremony, you can't shirk, and you can't help but say a few words to people when you participate in all kinds of wine parties and exchanges of people at the wine table." Lixiazu in the vast Zhouzhou is a first-class landscape and scenic spot, and the people who have achieved Taoism on the mountain like to travel there. There are countless monks from other continents who built other palaces there. In particular, the Taoist couple in Tianyu Dongtian are famous for their hospitality. The Qingshan Mountain Wine Feast in Zhuhai Dongtian and the Dog Feast in Tianyu Dongtian are both extremely famous. Yu Xian often goes out to travel, Jing Hao is good at joining in the fun, and Yu Xian is not a friend, but he is also a familiar face. Jing Hao said that he is Yu Xian's friend, and Yu Xian can't send a special landscape. Di Bao said no. That Jing Hao still bit the bullet, came here to congratulate Yu Xiandao, and then apologized to Wenxing. The old scholar didn't say anything with a straight face, he just laughed and didn't talk to him. As expected of Jing Hao, who is known to have broken thousands of games in big and small wine competitions, when things came to an end, he went out of his way, chatting and laughing with Yu Xian, and occasionally saying a few words about Chen Yingwen's young and promising. Anyway, he only left after chatting for half an hour. The old scholar sat on top of the gourd and drank for himself, even digging his feet for Yu Xian and Jing Hao in embarrassment. During this period, Jing Hao dared to speak with Wenxing, saying that it was his own Qinggong mountain, and he welcomed Chen Yingguan and Daoist Lingjun to come to the humble house. He just asked to say hello to them in advance. Welcome guests. Old Xiozai admired him a lot. He had to have a realm, and he had to be cheeky. I had to say that in some positions, only the likes of Jing Hao could sit. The old Xiozai said a pun, after all, he is an accomplished cultivator who can be counted on the top of the mountain. He can't keep his ears out of the window all day long. The housework has been settled, and the external affairs of the mountain will also be a little snack. I saw that Jing Hao had a solemn expression, and when he got up, he was a bow, and he could not afford to bend over for a long time. Wenxing's so-called foreign affairs, of course, are world affairs. Understood, in the wild world, there must be a monk from the Qinggong mountain lineage, and the name of the Qinggong mountain monk should be on the merit book of the Confucian Temple. As soon as Jing Hao goes away, it will return to purity. Yu Xian wondered, old scholar, who is that fellow Daoist Ling Jun? They are all old foxes who have a good grasp of the world, and Yu Xian heard Jing Hao's implication at once, and obviously regarded this person with the same status as Chen Pingon. The old scholar smiled and said, it's amazing, the Taoist ancestor visited the former site of Lizhu Cave before, and it was this fellow Taoist Ling Jun who was responsible for entertaining guests for Luopa Mountain. When he saw the master of Bixiao Cave for the first time, he generously invited him. Lao Guanzhu went to the mountains as a guest to ensure that he was full. When he saw Daozu, he was neither humble nor arrogant, and he persuaded Daozu to change his name. Yu Xian was shocked and said, what? Even now that he has entered the 14th realm, and has climbed high and looked into the distance, Yu Xian really dare not say that he can wrestle with the Bixiao Cave master, even for thousands of years in the future. Besides, it is said that this stinky old Taoist of the East China Sea Taoist temple is notorious for his revenge, and he likes to take revenge the most. Most of the Taoist ancestors have traveled on bullocks, so what is the so-called sufficiency of this Taoist fellow Ling Jun? What is not a face-to-face provocation? The phrase, invincible when you come out of the cave, you have to forgive others and do not forgive others, is not a big talk of the master. Back then, the master of the Bixiao Cave in Luobayan, that is, when he met the Taoist ancestor, suffered a big loss. Otherwise, in the long ancient years, there are not a few Taoist priests in the world who have suffered at the hands of this senior. What was the reason for letting Daozu change his name? Is there really such a daring hero in the world? The old Shotsai smiled and said, Brother Yu is free, you might as well go to Luopa Mountain in person, and you will know the simplicity of the atmosphere and the sincerity of hospitality there. Yu Xian nodded lightly. Before hearing about the feat of fellow Daoist Ling Jun, Lao Zhenren could go to the Luobao Mountain in Aquarius Island, but now he thinks it is a must. I can't imagine, I don't know what kind of water and soil can raise such a strong hero, how can I feel that it is still better than Guqing Song? The cultivators in the world, including Yu Xian, the old scholar beside him, and Lu Qin, are indeed more talkative about everything. But there are also people like Bixiao Cave Master, Yu Do, Jing Juzhong, and Gao Gu who prefer more serious monks. Why don't you play a joke in person? This time, Yu Xuanhedao was indeed rather abrupt and unexpected. In addition, on the side of Howran World, the monks wanted to fly to the sky, and there were many rules, and some monks on the mountain who had a bad relationship with the Confucian temple, or were very ordinary, did not. I am willing to report and intercede with the Confucian temple in China because of this matter, mostly thinking that one day Yu Xian will return to the sect where the Middle-earth divine continent is located, and then go to the door to say a few words. Therefore, apart from Guqing Song, there are also thick-skinned monks like Jing Hao, Yu Xian's friends on the mountain with similar realms, and almost none of them showed up today. The place where the old talents meet is the land of Tongye, Swirling and Fuyao. Even if you are outside the sky, it is not difficult to call people. It's just that the mountains and rivers of the three continents are devastated, especially the great cultivators of Ascension and Immortal, which have already withered to 70-80-80. Yu Xian tentatively and the old Shotsai politely said, otherwise, Pin Dao and a few close friends in Middle-earth Divine Continent, would you let me know? The old Shotsai hesitated and said, is this not good? There is no reason in the world to take the initiative to ask people for gifts. What is the difference between this and Hulong Zenren's kind of, it doesn't matter if you are not on the ground, you must get the red envelopes, after all, no matter how thin the red envelopes are, it is still a heart. Yu Xian nodded and said, it's not very good. The old Shotsai immediately changed his words, actually, it's not too bad. After all, it's such a big happy event, and it's more rare than being a bridegroom officer. Yu Xian was speechless for a moment. Is your closed disciple really so poor now? If I remember correctly, he and Bai Jing made a lot of money in the outer world before. Taking 10,000 steps back, he really has no money, so Chen Pingan would dare to initiate the excavation of Dadu in Tongisao. Yu Xian was a little helpless. This matter seemed to be getting worse and worse for the old Shoucai. The old Shoucai craned his neck to look into the distance, and said with a smile, "Oh, there is someone from King Mingxiangxia. Brother Yu, I am envious, I have so many friends." Yu Xian glanced into the distance and said with a smile, "I've never seen it before, so what kind of friends are you?" The old scholar sat cross-legged and tapped his knee with a jug. "This time, there are 10 people in the newest world in the Qingming world, and the number of candidates is a bit large." Yu Xian nodded and said, 21 people. Even if he had not successfully merged with the galaxy before, Yu Xian still had an unobstructed view of the world. In particular, some Qi trainers who lead the stars together need to use various secret techniques to worship the mountain with Yu Xian, so the ridicule of the old scholar is in one sentence. In Bai Yujing, 3 Taoist officials were among the candidates. Of course, if you include Hao Su, the criminal who had just entered Shinshao City, there would be 4. The first Taoist priest Qingming to come here was an elderly Taoist priest from Baiyujing, with shoulder-shaped ears, white eyebrows covering his cheeks, and a clear appearance. At first glance, he looked like an old immortal. The old Taoist is very old, with 2 snow-white long eyebrows. Those with long eyebrows tend to live a long life, especially this kind of Gearman, which is a typical appearance of wealth and longevity. Among them, Taoist priests have the longest life expectancy, and it is generally recognized. Just seeing Wen Xing, who is only a fraction of his age, the old man who left the Biyun Tower in Baiyujing also smiled and said hello to the old scholar. This is probably Wen Xing's unique card face. Just like Lu Qi came here before, obviously to congratulate Yu Xian, only because the old show was present, and when he spoke, he had to put Wen Xing before Yu Xian. That is to say, it is a kind of attention to the landscape and officialdom, and it can also be said to be an indispensable worldly manner, and of course, it is a sincere recognition of the literary and sage culture. The old Shoucai stood up, bowed and smiled. "I have seen Huang Lao Shenxian." Huang Jieshou, the Taoist name on the Golden and Jade genealogy in Baiyujing, is Weiing, because the surname is Huang, and the Taoist ancestor once gave a plaque for the study of Huang Jieshu's library, so the old man has always been self-confident. No. Xian Huang. It was the previous owner of Biyun Tower, and the next 2 owners were disciples of this old real person. At that time, Huang Jieshou voluntarily stepped down as the landlord, and the old real person just went to sit in a Zhenyue palace. In fact, he was guarding the one who was arrested by Bai Yu. The Yinxia cave where Jing used to imprison prisoners. The old scholar smiled and asked, "How does the old fairy come here so leisurely?" Huang Jieshou pointed to the few keys left on his waist, and said with a smile, "To be honest with Wen Xing, Pindao can be said to have nothing to worry about now." It turned out that not long ago, the old real person handed over the only remaining Taoist official identity, the palace master of Zhenyue Palace. Huang Jieshou of Biyun Tower, and Pang Ding, the city lord of Lingbao City with the Taoist name, Humble Heart, are a senior, well-deserved Baiyujing old man. Baiyujing Taoist officials who are alive today, if not the kind of Taoist priests who are reincarnated in Baiyujing, and then return to Baiyujing to renew the incense in Taoism. In terms of seniority, the old man is second only to Zhangjiao Koming, but also in the second palm. Before teaching Yudo. According to legend, when the old man was a teenager, he entered Baiyujing to practice Taoism only a few years ago. He was fortunate enough to travel with Taoist ancestors and headmaster Ko Ming, and came to the outer world early. As for why the old Shoucai is so polite, of course, it is not because of the other party's Taoist age and identity, but according to a certain statement of Zuandugwan Sun Taoist, Wang Jieshou is one of the few good birds in Baiyujing, and has always rarely participated in Baiyujing's discussions. The Huang Jieshou, who was very rare in the past, and left a sentence that caused a lot of shock in Baiyujing. The general meaning of the old man was to make way for the scholar Qi Jingchen. Dao Chang's son was silent for a moment, and laughed with the old Shouzai, saying that this was just a rumor from the outside. In fact, Wang Jieshu's words were even more rude. My generation of Taoist priests has only been practicing Taoism for a long time, so why stop the path to the sky that a young descendant can take with his ability? At that time, there was an old Taoist priest who had the same identity as Huang Jieshou, and he retorted, "If Qi Jingchen can ascend to the sky, how can my generation stop it?" It's just that the latter sentence, although Dao Chang's son and Baiyujing did not deal with it, but on the side of the old scholar, he still deliberately concealed it, and he refrained from saying it. Because he was well aware of the grievances between Wenxing's lineage and Baiyujing, Huang Jieshou did not say those polite words such as visiting Biyun Tower during his trip. Later, on the Qingming world side, after Huang Jieshou, there came another Taoist scholar who looked like a noble son. The leader of the monk on the Ruzhou mountain, the Taoist named Luping, was a very elegant and wonderful person. He and Xuandu Guan, Daoist's son, are a surefire 11th in the world, and an unshakable 5th in the world. Only this time, he failed to hold the 11th throne. There are as many as 9 female cultivators in the world of Qingming. There are 4 of them who came to the outer world tonight. They seem to have made an appointment and come together. Lei Yu, she was born from a demon clan, and she is really a scorpion, and she is one of the few female cultivators who has not yet had a Taoist name. In the Kongshan Lake, which is known as the Little Four Provinces, she is one of the 2 lake owners, occupying the largest island, with a vast territory not inferior to Yongzhou. Zushan is called Overturned Mountain, and the main peak rests on the tip of the boat. There is also the female crown Yangqing, who is known as Mirage. Yangqing was from the Hongnong Yang clan in Yuzhou, and she was also the owner of the Sea Mountain Immortal Pavilion in Shoshan Pavilion. Although this female crown from a wealthy family is extremely old, she has a girly appearance, graceful 16 or 17, and her face is as red as lacquer. There are also 2 female nuns, almost carved out of the same mold, with a slight difference in that they both have moles on the corners of their mouths, just on the left and right. The twin sisters are named Su Mian and Su Yingyu, and the one Su Yingyu seems to be different from the rumors in the outside world. In addition to being the hostess of King Nadongshan and Heavenly Paradise respectively, they are also the founders of the 2 Taoist sects, the Dressing Officer and the Rolling Shutter Red Crispy Hand. Thousands of years ago, they were only in the fairyland, and then they were instructed by the experts, and they closed the mountain and avoided the world. Now both sisters are not only in the Ascension realm, but also on the list of 10 candidates. When they saw this young but legendary old scholar, they bowed their heads and called him Mr. Wenxing. Although there are 2 worlds, there is never a secret on the top of the mountain. The eldest disciple, Shouhu Chuiyu, and the close disciple Qi Jingchen in his early years need not talk about it. Right and left, it is rumored that this person practiced swords very late, but he practiced a mighty swordsmanship in the world, which made the genius of the Middle-earth divine continent directly become a derogatory term. Lu Shilu, who was wearing a tiger-headed hat before, asked Baiyujing to punch out, dragged the handsome boy, and ran away after the punch. The really invincible man was clearly in Baiyujing at the time, but he didn't fight back. They each have their own curiosity and questions. Obviously, congratulations to you. Xian Dao is second, and it is true to chat with Wenxing a few more words. The female cultivator Thunderstorm has a strong body and is full of muscular lines, but instead of giving people a rough look, it has a rare beauty. She took the lead and asked with a smile, "Mr. Wenxing, your student Lu Shilu, who asked Quan Baiyujing before, made a lot of noise. At that time, he was accompanied by a boy with a strange hat. Is he really the most proud of the world? The world knows that Bai Yeshur is invincible, and his swordsmanship is even more outstanding. If it weren't for Bai and not a pure sword cultivator, I'm afraid a few worshippers in the world would be blind. As long as Bai Yi is willing to go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he will definitely be able to compete with Qin Qingdu. The old Xiaocai looked blank. The last time Xuandu watched Farewell, I remember that Bai Yi was still a child with a tiger's head hat carved in pink and jade. Yang Qing smiled knowingly. Previously, Lu Shirlu and Bai had also visited the Shoshan Pavilion and had a short rest at her Haishan Immortal Pavilion. It's just that this kind of thing shouldn't be publicized. Otherwise, like Lei Yu, she may be puzzled by this matter. Bai is so amazing, whether she looks like a child or a teenager, why would she wear a funny tiger hat? But that Lu Shilius relationship with Bai Yi is indeed good. It's just that after they got up to say goodbye, when Lu Shirlu went out, he was still helping that one. Bai Yi also supported the tiger's hat. To this day, she still finds it interesting. Lei Yu said in a bold tone, "Welcome Mr. Wenxing to my boat tip in Kongshan Lake. There is enough wine and water, so you don't have to worry about eating and drinking. There are also some books in the collection. I heard that this well-known Mr. Wenxing is the best in the world in asking wine. Coincidentally, the wine brewed by Kongshan Lake is not inferior to any immortal brew in Qingming world." The old scholar laughed and said, "If you want to go, you naturally want to go. I have been fascinated by that empty mountain and lake for a long time, but your headmaster you may not welcome it." She grinned, "Wenxing, just go. Bai Yujing has nothing to do with our little four states. Regardless of whether the rumor on the mountain is true or not, for thousands of years, the Invincible One has indeed never set foot on the empty mountain lake once. It seems that there is indeed some kind of prohibition." The old scholar thanked the woman who Jun Su Mian said softly, "Mr. Wenxing, there are many people in our Qingming world who sincerely admire Chen Yingguan. It can be said that there are countless people. This is really not a scene. These Qingming monks who have many praises for young hidden officials, have one thing in common, most of them are disgusted with Bai Yujing. It is said that in her green mud cave, there are not many Qi practitioners. For thousands of years, due to the closure of the mountain, there have only been occasional monks from the upper 5 realms who traveled to the 14 states, selected the cultivator embryos, and brought them back to the cave. As for my sister Su Yingzhen's blessed land, she was in a similar situation, but she knew a lot about the major events that happened in the outside world." Su Yingyu smiled and said, "Unlike my elder sister, among the younger generation, I still prefer Chao Ci." The old scholar nodded with a smile. Chao Ci is a young man who can deserve any praise. Indeed, Chao Ci is the kind of person who is typical of him, who has no competition with the world, and the world can't compete with him for anything. Therefore, people like Chao Ci may not even be jealous. Besides, the world thinks highly of Chao Ci, but isn't it just his own close disciple? Su Mian hesitated for a moment, and asked in a heartfelt voice, "Mr. Wenxing, can I help my friend and Chen Yingguan get a few seals and a folding fan? If I can, it'll be a shame to ask for 2 more seals." The old Xiaocai stroked his beard and smiled. If it was the kind of creating something out of nothing, and adding a friend out of thin air, the old Xiaocai, who was a gentleman, really didn't dare to take it all down. Last time at the Dali Jingqing Inn, the close disciple lost his temper with the self-defeating gentleman. That is Chen Pingon. If you change it to Zhua Zhua and Jun Qian, you can try it, and the brain will be swollen. Su Mian is so exquisite and understanding, she immediately smiled and said, "Mr. Wenxing is fine if he is in trouble." The old Xiaocai said, "I don't dare to pat my chest to promise anything. I will turn around and tell the students, I think there is no problem." Su Mian and the old Shiozai thanked him with all manners of manners and a blessing. Afterwards, several Taoist priests from outside Baiyujing came here to congratulate Yu Xian. The old Shiozai waved his hand and gently scattered a picture of a long river of time that had faded in color. Chen Pingan silently wrote down the words and deeds of those Qingming cultivators. Lu Xun's reason for making a digression: it's not fair, it's not fair. Chen Pingan nodded, shook his head again, and said with a complicated expression, the truth is such a truth, how can things be so simple? Lu Qin smiled and said, after all, Xiuhu gave you a difficult problem, and there really isn't such a simple answer. Afterwards, the three of them ate supper at the same table. Zhao Xuxia and Ning Ji were not hungry, so they didn't come to the table. They deliberately gave up a wine table to the elders. Look at the mountains, one listens to the water. Zhao Xuxia was still thinking about the dry lake and fishing, but Ning Ji was thinking of a question from Daoist Lu, asking the boy's vision after becoming a scholar with Chen Pingan as a teacher. Of course Ning Ji couldn't give an answer. The Taoist asks the scholar, how can he learn swordsmanship by attacking books? Coincidentally, Chen Pingan was lying on a rattan chair at that time, enjoying the coolness of the moon and shaking a fan, and Zhao Xuxia, a closed-door disciple with boxing, laughed and said something about his reading experience. It seems that the wisdom of this life comes from reading in the previous life, as if the reading in this life is for the next life. At that time, Ning Ji was thinking and seemed to realize something. Lu Qin just smiled and told the young man who was about to have a clear teacher's inheritance to think again, think more, wait until he had the answer in his heart, and meet again in the future. Let him talk to Lu Qin. After 10,000 years in the world, the earth and mountains and rivers are green and green, the yellow birds and green bamboos, the white clouds and green mountains, the bright moon shines on the Longquan, and the three-footed swords are newly sharpened. Which can set the storm? Sword of Coming Chapter 1033. When he was full, Zhao Xuxia cleaned up the dishes, and Ning Ji moved away from the small table. The bright moon is in the sky, the moonlight fills the world, like a glass world, the night air is fresh, and the wind is cool through the clothes. At this time, the mood is at this time of the day. There were 3 chairs side by side under the eaves, and the old scholar sat in the middle, with Erlang's legs raised, his hands padded on his knees, humming a folk song, and a gentle breeze brushed the old man's snow-white temples. Chen Pingan lightly shook the fan. On Mr. S' side, whether it was drinking or chatting, Chen Pingan didn't sit upright like his senior brother, nor was he as sullen as senior brother Jun Qian. Lu Qin put his arms around his sleeves, leaned against the back of the chair, stretched his legs, and had a leisurely attitude. All the affairs of the world and the housework, the affairs of the sky and the affairs at hand, all the grievances temporarily rested. They talked casually about the Confucian Temple's seal of the 5 sacred mountains of Beipingzu and the granting of the divine title. According to the old scholar, it was a little troublesome. Because of the rank of Izhou Mountain, there is no distinction between superior and inferior. To say that the Confucian Temple a certain sage is dispatched to preside over the enshrining ceremony alone, so the order in which the 5 sacred ceremony will be held is not a small problem, but if it is to be carried out at the same time, it is also difficult to dispatch 5 sages to accompany the Confucian Temple. After all, now that the business is heavy, the Confucian Temple can't recruit so many Confucian saints for a while, and it needs to come to Aquarius at the same time. After all, it is officialdom, and it is the same up and down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, the court gave purple cassocks to Buddhist dragons and elephants, and titles to Daomen real people, or emperors, and the Ministry of Rights to seal the gods of mountains and rivers. There is a set of rituals. Since ancient times, fame and fortune are not separated, and there is no difference between widowhood and unevenness. Therefore, It is difficult for the Confucian temple to have a bowl of water that is balanced, and it is necessary to give all the Shanjun face without losing anyone's face. To say that the 5 Confucian academies and abbots to seal the ceremony is a little bit insufficient, and the etiquette seems to be light. But to say that a certain sage used the avatar method, it is a bit outrageous after all, and it also seems that the Confucian temple does not pay enough attention. After all, Shanjun won the God title, just like the old Xiuzai teased Yu Xian in the sky before. Some happy events, compared to it, is even more rare to be the bridegroom officer. It is destined to be only once. Everyone wants to do it grandly and grandly. Ask Wei Bo, Zhongyue Shanjun and Jin Qing. If you hear that the most holy teacher is willing to visit in person, see what they will do. Wouldn't you be polite to the Confucian temple? Lu Qin smiled and said, the 2 vice sect masters of the Confucian temple, plus the big sacrificial wine from the 3 academies, let them take the time to go to Aquarius Island. The old scholar twitched his beard and said, the vice sect master and the academy don't still have an official, a high official or a small one. The mountain gods are all veterans who have been in the officialdom for hundreds of years. With such a difference, if you don't say it on your face, you will have something to say in your heart. Lu Qin seemed to be temporarily serving as a dog-headed military strategist in Wensheng's lineage, and he began to help out with ideas again. After all, the issue of granting the title of Shanjun Shin was started by your old scholar. It really doesn't work. There is a decree from the Confucian temple, and it is said to let 5 people. Shanjun chooses an auspicious day for each of the 5 elements, and they do not conflict with each other. If you are a talented person, you will work hard, and within a year, you can make a trip to every mountain. The old Xiuzai said angrily, Fart, why is it that I started? It is clearly a scholar from a certain Aquarius Academy, and I feel that the 5 mountains of Aquarius performed very well in that battle, and the Confucian temple must give some express. Lu Chen's face was stunned at first, and then he said with doubts, did I hear it wrong? Now the outside world doesn't say that Mao Xiaodong, the second in command of the Book of Rites Academy, is in the line of Li Xing, and his heart is in Wen Xing's line. The old Xiuzai hurriedly grabbed Master Lu's sleeve, turned his body and whispered, you can't talk nonsense with this kind of baseless talk. It's easy to cause misunderstandings when it spreads out, and it's easy to be misunderstood by that old-fashioned book of etiquette. Shui Gong Jizhou listened to it, and with his stubborn temper, he insisted on sparring with Headmaster Lu. Then I won't talk to you, my friend is morally unreasonable, talk to you, but it's just a fire. Lu Qin quickly changed the subject and said with a smile, if it were in the Qingming world, it would be easier. The 12th floor of the 5 cities of Baiyujing, although the 17 towers are of different heights, they are only ranked above the Taoist ancestral tree, and there is no distinction between them. But, let alone 5 formalization ceremonies, even if the number is doubled, the white jade capital will not be stretched. Lu Qin smiled and said, no matter what the arrangement of the Confucian temple is, it doesn't matter where else, Pindao has nothing to do with those mountain lords, only Wei Boss Piyun Mountain, Pindao still wants to join in the fun. Old scholar, do you need me to show my face, shout a few times, and treat it as a place for us, Wei Shanjun? Chen Pingan asked, Sir, the gods of the 5 mountain monarchs, the Confucian temple has already decided, and they will only be announced when the ceremony is held. After the Confucian temple has been approved, it can be used. Lu Qin smiled knowingly. For the sake of his friends, he was really willing to go out of his way. Hearing Chen Pingan's words, he probably wanted to help Wei Bo and Pai Yunshan a little favor. The old scholar smiled and said, generally speaking, the divine titles of Waiyueshanjin and Dedushwajin are drawn up and issued by the Confucian temple, but in this matter, the Confucian temple does not have black and white regulations, and there is no legal prohibition. Well, so it's not negotiable, but in the history of Hauran, since the ancient times, all the gods of the mountains and rivers have followed the will of the Confucian temple, what they give is what they give, and generally they are quite satisfied. This kind of thing is similar to Yamashita picking up words for his own children or young descendants of other families. There are many meanings, and almost no one thinks it is inappropriate. From then on, the words and names will be accompanied by a lifetime. Having said that, the old Shotsai turned his head and asked, "Why, do we, Wei Shanjun, have a special favorite name?" Chen Pingon smiled and said, "There is a godly name that everyone expects, but I don't know if Wei Shanjun likes it or not." The old Shotsai nodded. "If you can really monopolize the night tour and take the title of God, it will be a great thing for Wei Bo and Pai Yunshan, peace. You can persuade Wei Bo when you turn around, as long as it is not. I think this name is very disgusting, so I think about it." Of course, don't force it. It's not difficult for the Confucian temple to pick words and come up with a good name. Every time the gods of the mountains and rivers in the world hold celebrations, they are often held at night because they have to take care of many civil and military heroes and officials of the city temple within their jurisdiction, so they are collectively called night tour banquets. Lu Qin nodded and said in agreement, "Just like Yu Xian owns the word talisman, and if he can convince the public, there will be many unexpected benefits. The mystery here is not enough for outsiders." The old Shotsai put his hands around his knees, nodded and smiled. "If you can have both the high and the famous, and the merit and morality are in the position, it is justifiable and well-deserved, so you can take it calmly. For example, Chen Chunan, an old friend of Nanbua Suozhou, is a gentleman. Of course, there are also the literary saints of old scholars." Chen Pingon said, "Then I'll go back and discuss with Wei Bo and persuade me a few words. Perhaps the matter of the divine name is the opportunity for Wei Boji to go further. If the gods of mountains and waters want to improve the height of the golden body of the gods of temples, unlike Qi practitioners who have so many mountain climbing paths, the only way to go is to accumulate merit and refine incense." Lu Qin smiled and said, "This is called the power of heaven and earth." Wei Bo was the first mountain monarch of the Shinshui kingdom in the past. After the country was broken, his golden body was smashed and sank into the bottom of the Sanjiang River near Hongzhou town. Later, a woman salvaged part of his golden body. Wei Bo has survived since then. Become a lonely ghost, wandering around the old site of ancestral temples, and when the land of the Song dynasty continues to expand southward, he will take the embroidery, jade, and the 3 rivers into the bag, and he will know the identity and history of Wei Bo. The Li imperial court only made him the land master of Chiduan Mountain. Looking back now, it is more like a deliberate move by the Li Song clan. First, he climbed to the sky in one step, became the master of Piyun Mountain, became the new Beiyue Mountain monarch of Doli, and then became one of the Yizhou Mountain monarchs. The height of the pure golden body also rose from the jade pure realm to the immortal realm. Now, there is the gift of Ningyao from the colorful world, and then the title of the Confucian temple and the divine title, as well as the help of the Dali court, then Wei Boss, Lianzhong Sanyuan, in the history of Aquarius is bound to win. The old scholar stroked his beard and smiled. A living treasure, our fellow Daoist Ling Jun, is really a living treasure. As the old saying goes, if there is an old man in the family, there is a treasure, and it is indeed a must for Luopa Mountain to have such a boy in Tsing Yi who likes to pat people on the shoulder. Before Chen Pingon saw Mr. S picture of the extraterrestrial time tonight, he actually only knew that Chen Lingjun had seen the patriarch of the 3 sects, met in the small town, chatted and did everything, and it was all cloudy and foggy. Because Chen Lingjun was in an unspeakable mysterious state after the event, even if he wanted to mention the word Daozu to others, he couldn't do it, so Chen Pingon didn't know the specific process, and he wouldn't try to get to the bottom of it. However, with Chen Lingjun's consistent style, Chen Pingon can still guess a few points in general. But only talking about hospitality with the old master, the old scholar laughed and said, "Master Lu, "Do you dare to meet Jing Juzhong face to face and call him nephew Jingshi?" Lu Qin hurriedly reached out and touched the lotus crown, overwhelmed with shock. The old scholar smiled and said, "Stupid people are blessed, no matter how smart they can't learn a stupid word." Lu Qin nodded and said, "People's hearts are uncertain, and things are impermanent. Good people will do wrong things, and bad people will do good things. The most difficult thing is to have a pure heart and not be affected by the world." Chen Pingan mentioned that Chen Lingjun had previously refused Lu Qin to go to the Qingming world to sit back and enjoy the success, and was not interested in the readily available Ascension realm. The old scholar twitched his beard and smiled. "Tsueluan Gui bait has lost its fish." Lu Chen's chicken pecking at the rice said, "This is called being clever but being mistaken by cleverness. It's a poor strategy." The old scholar laughed it off. In the final analysis, Lu Qin didn't think that Chen Lingjun had to go to the Qingming world. To a certain extent, it can be said that the final choice of the Tsingyi boy is actually the choice that Lu Qin gave him. The old Xiuzai sighed sincerely. "In my opinion, Master Lu's theory of equality of things is the truest and most profound knowledge." Lu Qin laughed and said, "Won't Wenxing add the suffix one?" The old scholar shook his head and remained silent. All the sages are distinguished by the law of inaction. Lu Chen's knowledge is great, how great. Just talking about my friend Bai Yi, what a proud person. Many years ago, the old Xiuzai once privately asked Bai Yi for a drink, so he asked Bai Yi who he would most like to see if he went to Qingming world. At that time, Bai did not hesitate and replied that he was going to visit Lu Qin in Nanhua City. It's no wonder that some noble scholars, by Yujing Taoist officials, have a common view. Bai Yi has countless poems, and no matter how well he writes, it is a pity that he has never been able to break away from Lu Chen's rut. At that time, the old Shou took advantage of the wine to tell Bai Yi this derogatory statement. After all, only the old Shou could do this kind of deed, and of course only the old Shou could do it. Bai Yi was silent for a moment when he heard the words, and finally smiled, and he was right. Of course, it can be considered that Bai also agrees with this statement, and it can also be understood that a sentence is neither wrong nor right. Lu Qin raised his sleeves, clasped his fists and shook it a few times, being able to be praised by Wenxing outside the wine table. This trip back to the hometown, even if it doesn't work, is still not in vain. The old Xiuzai waved his hand. "I never brag about people. Someone was told by Chen Lingjun that the wine was good, it must be that the wine was really good, and the wine table was never ambiguous. For example, Lu Jinglong, who is obsessed with reasoning well, believes that he is good at reasoning, then Lu Jinglong's reasoning is good, but also not annoying." Another example is who can be said by the boss Jianxian that his swordsmanship is good? Then in the field of learning, being so admired by the old scholar is naturally learned. Lu Qin and Chen Pingan smiled and said, "In that fox country in your lotus root blessed land, there is a little girl. Who is she, and when will she appear?" Pindao won't reveal the secret, you can find it yourself. Someday if you find it, you might as well give her a Dao title when she is in the middle 5 realms, called Tsuebai. I believe her future achievements will not be low. If you are a mountain master, you should be more courageous and downcast. The luckier Shan is a little bit better, if you can find her earlier, when you are ignorant, before you have her real name, preach for her and name her after this, and the benefits for both of you will be even greater. This matter is still the news that Lu Qin chatted with from Uncle Master. The old Xiuzai said, the Mingyue dojo was full of fasts, and Gao Long proposed Baiyunci. By the way, the old master is on your side. Has he accepted disciples? Lu Qin said, accepting apprentices, depending on the posture, he is both a pioneer disciple and a closed disciple. Uncle Master is very optimistic about that Wang Yuanlu. Uncle Master may take more disciples in the future, and the number will not be less, but most of them will not have any teachers. The apprenticeship, the relationship of half teacher and half Taoist, anyway, the Taoist temple of the uncle will definitely come to the ground. Bai Yujing is also happy to see this happen. The old scholar tutored, now that Daozu has come forward, Bai Yujing's bearing is completely different. Lu Qin said angrily, when Pin Dao was in charge of Bai Yujing, he had a big mind. Let nature take its course, no matter what, there are countless Taoist officials up and down the mountain, all of which are well known. Chen Pingon wondered, as a Fox clan, would it be too big to give her this Taoist title? The sage once said that there is no pure white fox in the world, a fox charm, and it is definitely inappropriate to name it pure white. It's just that Lu Chen's words have always been targeted, and it's definitely not the kind of bad idea that deliberately deceives people. The Dao name of Qi practitioners on the mountain is similar to the name of the common people down the mountain. If you get too much, it is difficult to catch. It's a bit similar to Gao Ming's house, where the ghost overlooks his room. There are no absolutes. Of course, it is not to say that it is not good to take a name and a road name. It is just that cultivating on the mountain, it is not a good habit to be lucky. Lu Chen giggled and said, with you carrying it, are you still afraid of this? For example, the seal of the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master on the fox skin can block the catastrophe. This is a recognized fact on the mountain. By the same token, the fox charm, who may not have been born for the time being, will be given a real name by a young mountain master who is stitched with the real name of the big monster in the future. Maybe Chen Pingon can help share the calamity when she cultivates the Tao on the mountain and breaks through the realm again, and when she enters the Golden Core and the upper 5 realms, it is safe to protect the Tao. Chen Pingon glanced at Lu Qin. Lu Qin hurriedly clarified, this isn't some kind of mess, and cultivating Taoism on the mountain, how can you rely on the love between men and women, that's too petty. Chen Pingon hesitated for a moment and asked, are you going to the capital of Dali to see Aunt Feng? Lu Qin sighed, nodded and said, if you want to go, as for whether you can drink or not, you have to try your luck. Because of the dusty old story of the Dragon Palace, Aunt Feng had a lot of resentment towards the headmaster Bai Yujing who patted his and left. She was fighting for the dragon girl. After all, if Lu Qin was willing to take action, there would not be that dragon beheading battle. There are 2 ancient rain masters, neither of them are among the 12 high-ranking gods. Similar to Aunt Feng, the gods and positions are shared. Afterwards, they chatted about the secret history and secret affairs of the Qingming world, such as some unknown grievances in the empty mountain lake, and for example, why Long Xinpu was tempted and how he fell in love with Dao Chang's son's senior sister named Wang Sun. How are the rumors on the mountain, and so on. The old Xiaocai and headmaster Lu often chatted and looked at each other and laughed. The old scholar was drinking too much tonight, and with Chen Pingan's retention, he simply slept in the house of his close disciple. The old man didn't snore and slept calmly. Qi practitioners, especially those who have attained the Tao, truly sleep sweetly without dreams. This is also a puzzle that puzzles the world so far. It seems that the higher the realm, the more dreamless a cultivator is. Lu Qin wrapped his arms around his sleeves and looked up at the bright moon. Since ancient times, they have mostly used wine to drown their sorrows. Unlike the 3 tonight, they can use the scenery to eliminate the wine. Go to sleep and wake up tomorrow, busy with each other. Lu Qin suddenly stood up and said with a smile, just walk around. Chen Pingon got up and walked with Lu Xin. The 2 walked on the path by the stream, the soil was soft and their steps were silent. Lu Xinchen sighed, if it's just on paper, it's really a pity that the wild world didn't take the Aquarius in one go. Bai Yujing has been doing a review of this war for several years, and finally came to a conclusion that is different from the views of many Howran mountain cultivators, or even the exact opposite. Lu Qin smiled and said, to quantify the time and place, people and people, if the strength of the wild world is 100, Chen Pingan, what do you think the number of Howren world is? Chen Pingan seemed to have already made a draft on this issue, and said, at least 150. If you embed some truth, such as counting people's hearts, the Howren world will be discounted in half, while the wild world will not be much lower. That's why the battle was so hard and tragic. Lu Qin nodded and said, that's why I was at Bai Yujing, and I just said one sentence to those old Taoist officials who couldn't understand it. The young people in the world are the biggest variable. After a short pause, Lu Qin added, Zhou Xinji, Bai Yi, Yu Xian, Chen Chunan, and the others are all young people at a certain moment. On the Sword Qi Great Wall, Dong Sanging, Chou Miao, and the others, and those who have no of course, the same is true of sword cultivators who have not returned to Howren. After saying these words that seemed to be the conclusion of the coffin, Lu Qin said something similar to a prophecy, but you have to know that whether you have debts to pay off your debts, or feng shui turns around, the wild world will also have its own, young people in the future. If the Confucian Temple does not make a timely and bold decision, the two worlds will fall into the quagmire together, just like. Chen Pingan answered, school book. Lu Qin slapped, this analogy is good. The school book is also known as the school book, which is used to describe one person holding the book and one person reading. Lu Qin said, Bai Di City is about to climb 2 steps in a row and be promoted to authentic. Since it is to become an authentic ancestral court, it naturally means that Baidi City will soon have both the upper and lower sections. The few merits that Jing Juzhong has accumulated one after another does not count as the Confucian Temple opening the back door for Baidi City. It is only said that during the confrontation between the two worlds, Jing Juzhong killed a fairyland monster in Tuiyue Mountain in front of everyone's eyes. After that, he directly moved the entire Jinsui city out of the wild world, almost under Bai Ze's nose, and killed the wild monster, who was fully qualified for the throne, and these were just things on the table, choosing to live in the wild world. Jing Juzhong, who secretly joined the 14th realm, God knows how many things he has secretly planned and how many foreshadowings he has foreshadowed. The biggest hidden danger of that Hutu now is that Jing Juzhong got 2 copies of his life essence and blood. I just don't know if Bai Ze can help solve this hidden danger. If Bai Ze left it alone and let Hutu solve it on his own, Chen Pingan believed that with Jing Juzhong's method, Hutu would sooner or later become the latter's puppet. Just talking about 2 unknown things, you can see the terrible thing about Jing Juzhong. First, the Confucian Temple on Lixing made an exception for him, so that Jing Juzhong did not participate in the riverside discussion where the monks from the 14 realms gathered. Then there is the most holy teacher who seems to have said that he must have a good chat with Jing Juzhong before dispersing. Chen Pingan nodded and said, maybe Mr. Jing intends to vacate the entire White Emperor city, leaving him alone, so he doesn't need to be distracted and concentrate on his cultivation. Lu Qin tsk and said with a smile, a man like Mr. Jing also needs to devote himself to cultivating Taoism. Anyone who has played chess with Jing Juzhong, except for Cui Yu, will generally have these progressive impressions. How did I lose? Can you play chess like this? Are I really playing chess with Jing Juzhong? Lu Qin smiled and asked, why didn't you pull him into the water when things came to an end? Wu Shuangjiang and Sui Qugong, and Yu Dou and Bai Yujing were the dead end that everyone in the Qingming world knew, and they didn't count. Jing Juzhong is different. Chen Pingan didn't give an answer. There were stones on the path. He gently pushed aside with his toes and continued forward. Go on the road. Lu Qin smiled, good boy, do you believe that you can go to Bai Yujing and the top floor by yourself? Chen Pingan said indifferently, it's not because of who I am, so I must be able to do something. It's because I am me, because I will do certain things, and the two are cause and effect. As for certain things, no matter how big or small, whether it is successful or not, it is nothing more than obeying the destiny of manpower. Lu Qin smiled and hummed, holding the back of his head with both hands, walking side by side with Qin Pingan. Understand, fully understand, you've always been like this, that hasn't changed. To talk about a tricky person who can really make Lu Qin feel that he needs to stay away, Bai Diqing Jing Juzhong can definitely be regarded as one, and his ranking is very high, and he must be in the top 3. The last time he returned to the Great Wall of Sword Qi from Tuiyue Mountain, Lu Qin was almost caught in a sinister siege set up by the embroidered tiger. To be honest, the one who really made Lu Qin feel the lingering fear was the Jing Juzhong who was hooking up with Wu Shuangjiang. Once Jing Juzhong takes over this matter from Qin Pingan or, to be precise, Chuiyu, then with Jing Zhezhong's behavior, he will never give up until his goal is achieved. Just like a chess game against Lu Qin, the size of the chessboard is the entire world, and the entire human world can be 100 years or even thousands of years before the winner and loser with Lu Qin. Chuiyu was only in charge of building a chessboard. At most, his junior brother Qin Pingan entered the game and helped him. Chuiyu made the first move. After that, Wu Shuangjiang and the sword repairer of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Ningyao's Ascension City. In addition, such as Duckweed Sword Lake, Azu Xia Songhua, etc., they seem to be outsiders, but they may go all the way down to the middle plate, such as Qi Tingji and Longshang Jianzong, who have secretly accommodated several old people of the Great Wall of Sword Qi who have been hiding in the wild for many years. Lu Ji and the criminal officer Hao Su will definitely not go to Baiyujing Xinshao City to practice swords. But it is Jing Juzhong who really controls the situation and closes the game behind the scenes. Lu Qin even suspected that Chuiyu had secretly discussed with Jing Juzhong in his early years, and whether he encouraged Jing Juzhong to just get rid of Lu Qin, and he would be able to enter the 15 realms in a way that is not in common with the patriarchs of the 3 religions. In the dojo of the brand new Bright Moon in the Qingming world, the old master who was called Uncle Shi by Lu Qin once used the human world as a chessboard, and showed his evolution to Lu Qin. To say that Lu Qin is the most powerful, in the final analysis, it is the evaluation of Xuandugwan Sun Daoist who broke the mystery in one sentence: no one can beat it. No one can beat it. To be precise, the prefix and suffix need to be added. No one can beat Lu Qin, and no one can beat Lu Qin. At the same time, these 2 sentences are the premise of each other, which more and more highlights the difference between Lu Qin and everyone in the world. In the world of Qingming, even outside of Baiyujing, Lu Qin almost never argues with any Taoist priest. If he has the courage to ask Lu Qin how to fight, Lu Qin will simply admit defeat or run away. To put it simply, for more than 3,000 years, whether Lu Qin was in the vast world or the Qingming world, he did not have any enemies or enemies in the ordinary sense. Just like that Xuandu temple, except for Lu Qin, who would dare to go there to jump over there. She only said that the female crown keeper, although seeing Headmaster Lu was annoying, but deep down she never regarded Lu Qin as an enemy, even if the other party was from Baiyujing, she was still a city lord and headmaster. Therefore, the schoolbook statement of Qin Pingan earlier can be said to be a pun and a sentence at the same time. Assuming that the whole world is a book, Lu Qin does not hate each other, and the well water will never violate the river water. So in the middle of a bright moon, Lao Guanzhu pointed at the chessboard and ridiculed Lu Qin: if this is the case, if you don't die, you will lose half your life. It turns out that on the chessboard, all the chess pieces that have various causal connections with Qin Pingan, including Luopao Mountain, are like one here and one there, plus their respective sect immortals and close friends around them. They seem to be east. One piece and one piece, constantly, cutting the world. All the 2 pieces on the chessboard are connected with each other in various contexts, so many pieces seem to be inseparable from Qin Pingan for the time being. There is Su Mian, who asked Wen Xing for seals and fans, and Wang Yuanlu, Zhang Fenghai, etc. In the end, Lao Guanzhu made no secret of his gloating, and even made the piece full of monks' names, mountain-top sects, etc. The chessboard of the chess pieces stood up, and suddenly the whole chessboard was like a wall, blocking Lu Chen's eyes. The old master still had a leisurely interest and asked Lu Chen if it was like a wall full of poems and looked disgusting. Scabies. So Lu Chen said something that Chen Pingan couldn't figure out why. If you followed the plan of senior brother Cui, you could have perfected a swordsmanship, and this path might be your way to enter the 14th realm. The way of union. Chen Pingan said, anything you want to do has a reward or a price. One cannot easily forgive oneself. Lu Chen smiled and said, you can't forgive me either. Chen Pingan said angrily, I have been away from Shujian Lake for a long time. Lu Chen smiled, Taoism talks about heaven and earth, Buddhism talks about world, and world, one time and one geography. If you say that, it means that it is not far from Shujian Lake, maybe it has been a long time, and you have gone farther. Or it may come closer, who knows, it may be very far away and suddenly very close. Chen Pingan said with a smile, since Lu Zhang taught himself that we are friends, then I persuade you to read me a little better. Lu Chen nodded vigorously, clasped his hands together, and said solemnly, I only hope that the hearts of the world are the book Jinhu of today. Then Lu Chen said to himself, it is estimated that Palace Master Wu is similar to my uncle, and there is more than one way to get along. Chen Pingan held his breath, but didn't talk. Lu Chen and Bai Yujing, you can just guess what you are, and I, Chen Pingan and Luo Peshan, just protect the road. Unknowingly, the straw shoe boy in the mud bottle alley gradually became the mountain owner, elder, and hidden official in the minds of many people. In the past, the children who walked from the Great Wall of Sword Chi to Hanging Mountain, scattered all over Hauran, except for the masters and sects carefully selected by the young hidden officials for them, and the second shopkeeper who already has two sects, one up the mountain and the other, are these children. An invisible backer, the name of the Great Wall of Sword Chi is their biggest talisman. I am afraid this is also the root cause of why Chen Pingan's half of the Great Wall of Sword Chi has not been refined. The Feishing city in the colorful world has Chen Pingan, a close disciple of the literary sage, here. In the future, some big things will happen. The Confucian temple is half of their parents' home. In some cases, even Ningyao unable to solve it, the Confucian temple can fight head-to-head with Bai Yujing. As for the Dali dynasty, the last hidden official of the Sword Chi Great Wall was an invisible backer. This is also why Emperor Song He appeared at the wedding banquet and personally invited Chen Pingan to serve as the temporarily vacant national teacher. It's not that the Dali dynasty, whose national strength is still unparalleled on the territory of one continent, really can't do anything about those southern countries that are just about to move, but just like Chen Pingan back to Luopa Mountain, there is no need for Dali Song to use any diplomatic rhetoric. Those southern countries that tried to remove the steel from the top of the mountain stopped by themselves. It is said that misfortune and fortune go hand in hand, and life and death are adjacent to each other. In ancient times, those who attained the Tao were open-minded in both life and death. The anger of a man, blood-splattered 3 feet, grabbed the earth with his head. I believe that the unparalleled talent of the Wu Gongzhu, only the club asks for more. Lu Chen continued, as for the escape route that Wu Shuangjiang paved for him, Pindao can't guess for the time being, and am too lazy to guess. Anyway, there will always be a day when the truth will come out. As for the plan of Wu Shuangjiang, the master of the military, and it's not complicated. With the same people in the Sui Qigong who were once famous in history, they started wars in the Qingming world. In the end, what they wanted was nothing more than to turn the poor brother Yu into a boat swallower in the land. Fish. The Hauran world and the Qingming world each have their own internal and external troubles, and the latter's external troubles are naturally the incessant killing of the heavenly demons. Not long ago, the Taoist ancestor went out in person, as if he had reached a contract with the outer demon of Tianweishan. In this way, Bai Yujing only has internal worries. Lu Qin smiled and said, those who have the same desires and those who seek the same hate each other, and those who share the same worries and the same reason love each other. Of course, Palace Master Wu found a few like-minded strategists, and one of them, he was a master in the art of war, and he couldn't be more powerful. Speaking of this, Lu Qin stretched out a palm and shook it. For thousands of years, it doesn't matter what the gods are in the martial arts temple, whether it's war merits, military use, no matter how future generations fight for the ranks of the military in their hearts, this person must be ahead. Fifth, he is good at winning more with less, and he can also like to fight some fairy battles that make opponents lose inexplicably. This person has a young appearance, pseudonym Huan Jing, and the Taoist name is Wu Yang. But Bai Yujing's side is not without experts. For example, in a certain city, there is an unknown Taoist temple under the jurisdiction of a Zhiga palace, and there is an unknown small Taoist temple called Lingxian Temple. For many years in the military book, he only practiced with Taoist companions, and he did not compete with the world and did not care about the world. He never went out to leave the realm of Fangmaguan, but only occasionally visited the realm around the Taoist temple, holding a Lingsho wooden walking stick from Guishan. Walking alone on the white road in the clouds. This person is just the opposite of that Huan Jing. The invincible hand of the same generation. What kind of realm did the invincible hand reach? Even if later generations read the historical book, they all think that it is because there is no one in the same generation, so this is the case. Only one person can win so many battles, and every time it's ridiculously easy. Lu Qin stretched his waist and stopped under a tree by the river. Envy some people, they meet by chance, they don't need to be famous, just like a few words, they can live and die. Chen Pingan asked, what's the point of talking to me about these faraway things? Lu Qin said seriously, why don't you know that it's not something that's right in front of you? Chen Pingan asked with a smile, is it right in front of you? Why don't I know it myself? Lu Qin said, that's right. After that, he was speechless all the way, walked away from the school and then returned the same way. The scholar of the Human Landscape School. Kinking Hui shade, bright moonlight. When the spring breeze blows, all the flowers compete for beauty. Sort of Coming Chapter 1034. Chen Pingan and Lu Qin walked side by side in the alley of the central village, with 1,000 layers of bottom cloth shoes and a cotton cloth 10 square shoes. Passing by a house, a local dog in the yard heard footsteps and woke up suddenly, barking wildly towards the door, nearby barking noises everywhere, but soon calmed down. During this period, Lu Qin was lying on the other side of the wall, learned a few dog barks, raised his hands like throwing stones, and the dog in the courtyard whimpered and curled its tail up. Lu Qin shook his sleeves, quickly followed Chen Pingan, who walked slowly to the alley and then stopped, rubbing his hands and said, although it is human nature to prevent hunger every year and burglar every night, it's just that you should beware of the poor and Qin. What the mountain master does is not necessary. Chen Pingan, what do you think? Chen Pingan said, Master Lu just sticks gold on his face, as for me, there is no need. Lu Qin suddenly smiled and said, in the world, one dog barks a shadow, and 100 dogs bark. Chen Pingan nodded and said, people in the world, one person is false, and 1,000 people convey truth. Lu Qin clapped his hands and applauded, okay, you can write a pair of wooden couplets with gold characters on a black background, and then turn around and frame them well, put them in Guangqianjian Zhai, and write our names and sign them separately, which is fun. Chen Pingan smiled and said, if you can afford to lose face, I don't care. Lu Qin rubbed his hands together and sighed, people who wander at night can do nothing but rape, but they can't ban dogs so they don't bark. Chen Pingan didn't answer, remembered something, and said, "In Yuzhou, on the top of the mountain where the Luzong temple is located, there is a mountain monarch who has listened to the morning bell and the evening drum for many years, but he has been unable to refine his shape." Lu Chen agreed with a smile, raised his hand. "It's a small matter, that's all. Hands up." Walking out of the village, he came to the road that connects the three villages. Lu Chen stood on the shore, watching the water, watching the reflection in the water. Lu Chen sighed, like a person holding the situation to compare. Is he really himself? Is it his original appearance? Previously, Chen Pingan's words about school book, although Lu Chen's expression at the time was a little exaggerated, but in fact it did mention Lu Chen's heart, and he was very concerned. However, there is also a big or small problem hidden here. People who read books in later generations often mistake some refined books for word originals, and use them to spread the truth. As time goes by, they eventually deviate from the original meaning. Taoist people, on the way to climb the mountain, know how to get the Tao and prove the Tao. Lu Chen was a little sad, and said softly, "I once went to meet the junior brother of Sun Guanju and his apprentice. I have met and talked. After talking, I found one thing, their thoughts, and there was a conflict between the officials of Baiyujing." Chen Pingan squatted on the side of the road, picked up a few stones and threw them into the stream lightly, and said, "Is it true that in Baiyujing, the vast majority of Taoist officials think that cultivating the Tao is the way of Taoism, which is sublime? But that for Xuandu Guan's master and apprentice, they think that cultivating the Tao can be the way of the road? It's plain." Lu Chen snorted, and didn't think it was strange that Chen Pingan guessed the answer. He was silent for a moment, rubbing his cheeks. "Whatever it is, I won't bother myself. Even if the sky falls, the senior brother Yudo who has seen the world will still carry it." Chen Pingan stood up, and the two continued to walk towards the village at the bottom. Lu Chen smiled proudly. "In the past, Ning Ji actually changed his mind twice and didn't want to be your student, so he planned to leave. Follow me to Baiyujing to practice Taoism. Then tonight, Ning Ji said that the person who will repay the kindness in his heart will be you, not the poor Taoist." Chen Pingan said, "One of the times, Ning Ji knew about his background and didn't want to cause trouble for me." Lu Chen nodded. "Probably there is a kind of asking for trouble in the world, which is called putting oneself in one's shoes and thinking of others at all times." As Chen Pingan had guessed, after Headmaster Lu and Ning Ji told the truth, the young man with a miserable background was full of fear. His face was pale, and he fell into a huge panic on the spot. The troublesome spirit that hates ghosts is the kind of unpleasant broom star no matter where they are, so whether it is Taoist Wu Di or a teacher who has a history, once the two parties have the status of mentor and apprentice, it will bring a lot to the latter. Unnecessary right and wrong. After all, it is definitely not as good as Baiyujing's headmaster Lu to carry things. So Lu Chen, who couldn't laugh or cry, was so angry that he simply poured the beans into the bamboo tube and told Ning Ji about Chen Pingan's multiple identities, which made the frightened young man seem to have taken a reassurance and changed his mind. It turns out that Mr. Chen is so young, so he has done so. So Zhangjiao Lu became even more angry. He walked out of a time and horse map, and took the young man to travel far away in the mountains and rivers of the three continents. He met more than a dozen people, first Pei Qian, who was a disciple of Chen Pingan, and then Xu Jian Lake's cut. Jiang Zhenjuan, some old sword immortals in Jingyang Mountain, and the nearby Yuyejiang water god who has been determined to replace the water temple over the years, a ghost in a wedding dress, and a certain snake gallstone before it became enlightened and refined. And finally attached to the young Jiao of the Jiang clan in Yunlin, and also went to the Suoyan sect of Luzhou in Beijiu. In the end, there was a certain collapsed true monarch who had just returned to his hometown. Chen Pingan asked with a smile. Ning Ji regretted it for the second time, because he knew my true identity and regarded me as half an enemy. Lu Qin shook his head. Although Ning Ji is not deeply involved in the world, he has some opinions, which are simple but not naive. This kind of character has both innate ingredients and is acquired the day after tomorrow, just like herbs are boiled into herbs. A person's character is sharp and angular, the city is as deep as a palace, and there are many shadows in the sun-drenched daytime. The sharp-edged talent is a Wenchang pagoda, and the hatred of evil is a temple of the city god. Open-minded or cheerful, it is like a pavilion with ventilation on all sides. Depression is like falling into a bottomless well, where the sun cannot be seen. I am alone with myself, isolated from the world, unable to extricate myself. In fact, Lu Qin still has a few words to say. Just like some money in the world, it should be earned by some people. The same is true. You Qin Pingon accept Ning Ji as a disciple, and Ning Ji worships you as a teacher. It's a natural thing to do. Chen Pingon didn't ask the specific reason why the boy changed his mind for the second time, but just asked, why did Ning Ji finally make up his mind and choose to study with me? Lu Qin tentatively asked, can you promise me first, and discuss it carefully if you have something to say? A gentleman will not do anything. Even if you do, don't slap your face. Chen Yingguan asked people about boxing, and he used indiscriminate methods. He liked to slap the face. Since the Confucian Temple's blue and white battle, his reputation has spread far and wide. It is estimated that several monks in the world have heard of it. The Taoist official, still a little puzzled, is a great master of martial arts. Is it appropriate to ask about boxing? But the Wucai Tianxia Feishing City and the Wilderness World side, I am afraid they will praise each other, worthy of being the second shopkeeper who never suffers in business. As expected of Chen Yingguan, the leader of the Summer Palace. Chen Pingon smiled and said, among friends, we can talk about some things while walking. When it comes to wear, we will definitely not get angry. Besides, I can't beat Headmaster Lu again. Without the second sentence, Lu Chen would have believed it. Lu Chen first moved away from Chen Pingon, and then hesitantly said, I showed Ning Ji your true face now. On the village school side, Master Chen Ji also taught the classics of filial piety, and this book has a clear meaning from the beginning. There is a sentence in it, the parents who are affected by the body and skin, dare not damage, the beginning of filial piety. So when Chen Pingon explained this sentence, Lu Chen tapped the boy's forehead with his finger, which opened Ning Ji's eyes and saw Chen Pingon's respectful face. Humans are not ghosts or ghosts. Before entering the realm of immortals, Chen Pingon could not reshape his real body and restore a person's normal appearance. Chen Pingon smiled and said, what's the matter, let Ning Ji see it. Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. After all, it's your personal business, so I have to say hello to you. But Lu Chen only told half of the truth. The real reason for Ning Ji's determination to follow Chen Pingon to study is that after Lu Chen took the teenager to see the characters who hide Chen Pingon, he also took Ning Ji to see a few Chen Pingon who had or still dared not. The people and things to face directly, especially the key, is the sentence that Chen Pingon recognized from the bottom of his heart, repaying grievances with virtue, how to repay virtues, repaying grievances with directness, and repaying virtues with virtues. This is a relief for the tragic young man. It's just what Ning Ji had seen, heard, thought, and Lu Chen had taken back all his memories afterward, just like a teenager who gave them back to Headmaster Lu one by one. Walking to the village at the bottom, Lu Chen suggested with a smile, why don't we go and see the ruins of the Dragon Palace on the land? Go quietly, go back quietly, just watch the scenery, and don't interfere with anyone. Chen Pingon nodded and said, yes. Over the years, Chen Pingon has maintained the habit of writing landscape travel notes. Then the two stepped out, and in an instant they were in the green mountains and green waters of the Dragon Palace. It was night outside, but here was the bright day. On the high mountains, there are ancient seal stone tablets standing, among which there are two peaks facing each other. The foot of the mountain is a monument, the forehead of the monument is Yunzhen and Yujiao, and there are monuments on the top of the mountain. Clouds gather, clouds scattered like flowers bloom and fall, and rain shines on the golden mountain. The mountains are towering, and there is one peak that stands alone. There is a big river passing by at the foot of the mountain, but Lu Qin did not take Chen Pingan to this place, but took Chen Pingan to the foot of an inconspicuous low mountain, and said with a smile, "A long time ago, I once passed by this place and climbed the mountain here, but I didn't disturb anyone. At that time I thought it was a feng shui treasure land where one can become an immortal, a Taoist, and a Buddha." Halfway up the mountain, there is a water pool. The clear water is faint and the bottom is bottomless. Lu Qin stretched his finger to the mirror-like water pool and explained, "This is the real entrance of the Gulongbi Palace, the Dali Court, until now. They are still kept in the dark. If you don't remind them, it may take decades, hundreds of years, or even longer, to change the country's surname." The ancestors of the past dynasties seem to have entered Baoshan and were sitting on Baoshan, but they actually picked up sesame seeds and lost the watermelon. Time has changed, and I think back to when the local dragon king was exiled, when the dragon spirit was still strong, and when the wind and rain were about to come, there would be white clouds curling up and covering the mountain, like wearing a hat, and the courts of several nearby countries used this to predict the weather. All are effective. During the severe drought season, the local people will come here to pray for rain. As long as you can see the lizards winding out of the water pool, you can make your way home. After a while, the rain will follow. In the event of a flood disaster, come here to pray to the Dragon King to stop the rain. As long as a small snake enters the water on the shore, the heavy rain will definitely stop suddenly. On the 6th day of the 6th month every year, in addition to the people in the market drying clothes, the scholarly family drying books, and the saying of drying dragon robes, it is only necessary to come here on this day to watch the number of soil snakes and lizards basking in the sun on the shore of the water pool. The total number is a handful of 3 or 5, or as many as 10, anyway, each time will be clear. You can predict the amount of rainfall in the next whole year, since you know that the situation in the next year will be drought or flood, just you can plan ahead. Lu Qin smiled and asked, "Would you like to enter this dragon palace courtyard to find out?" From ancient times to 3,000 years ago, in the vast mountains and rivers in the world, all the flood dragons who have successfully cultivated Taoism, especially the Dragon King who can open a mansion, like to grab and store secretly and store all kinds of world treasures. This other courtyard of the Dragon Palace on the land can be regarded as a secret treasure house, which is somewhat similar to the private money of the old dragon. It's not that Lu Chen looked down on Qin Tianjian and Mr. Feng Shui of the Dali dynasty, but the land of ancient Shu, the sword fairy, is like a cloud. In the Jianghu Dragon Palace, each Dragon King has several brushes, and he is definitely not a vegetarian. Therefore, as long as Chen Pingan does not reveal the secret, the emperors of the Song dynasty, relying on the vision and means of those geographers, are destined to be unable to open the ban on this other palace, and maybe open the ban without authorization, if there is no expert in charge, such as Wei Wei Barbary's pure golden body has not yet reached the height of the Ascension realm. It will only cause the vision of the squid turning its back, causing the mountains and rivers in Chuzhou to collapse, and countless people in one state are killed and injured, which in turn affects the landscape of the entire Beiyue boundary. Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "Forget it. My generation is a scholar, and I have to be cheeky when doing things. Originally opened here to study, I didn't come to the Dragon Palace ruins. Otherwise, with Chen Pingan's cultivation realm, I really want to think about this secret realm, even if I can't open all the secret restrictions. Isn't there Xiaomo? And Xiago, the money fan?" Lu Chen said, "If there is income, will it be divided into 5 or 5? Chen Pingan still shook his head. Lu Chen said, 3 or 7 points, I 3 and you 7. Chen Pingan said decisively, go. For my generation, I have to learn more about Wei Shanzhen's way of making money, not to mention holding a few night banquets, as long as the iron rooster passing by the Beiyue boundary has to pluck a few hairs. Lu Chen stood beside the pool, raised his 2 fingers, closed his eyes and began to chant, which sounded like a water-repelling art. The water mist rises, and a red lacquer gate inlaid with rows of door nails gradually emerges on the water surface of the ancient pool. The weather is majestic. There are white jade steels and horse-hitching pillars outside the gate. Visitors, the emperors and generals of the world need to dismount and walk, and the immortals on the mountain must disarm their swords outside the door, and they must not travel through the clouds and the wind. If you take the liberty to come here, first kowtow and then go back, you can spare him not to die. Lu Chen smiled and said, the owner of this temple is very loud. Chen Pingan asked, have you calculated the general scene inside? Lu Chen shook his head like a rattle and complained, looking for the mountains to explore the seclusion, knowing the scenery before climbing a mountain, how boring. Chen Pingan said, correct, we are not visiting the immortals in the mountains, but seeking wealth and treasures. Lu Chen smiled and said, it's almost the same anyway. We traveled the world together, even the wild hinterland and Tuiyue mountain. We can't go anywhere in the world. Even if there is an accident, it is a pleasant surprise. What are you afraid of? Chen Pingan was speechless for a while, and Lu Chen's reason was not unreasonable. When the 2 of them stepped into it, the snow in front of their eyes was white in an instant, and they were all suddenly covered with fierce sword light. Chen Pingan stopped, motionless. Looking at its sword light veins, it is indeed a sword cultivator who started in the upper 5 realms. Just with Headmaster Lu by his side, Chen Pingan seemed unaware, and he just died when he saw it. Lu Chen looked like a dumb goose, and even more so, he looked like he was slaughtering. The dazzling sword light all over the world disappeared in a flash, but the sword light receded like a tide, but the sword energy did not disappear immediately, the murderous aura was still strong, like falling into an ice cave, and the whole body was cold. Lu Chen shivered, and then stretched out his hand to rub it. Rubbing his eyes, he saw that at the end of the 2's field of vision, a barefoot man with disheveled hair appeared, with a face like a crowned jade, holding a wine glass, lying on a dragon chair, the host of the 2 uninvited guests at the door. It seems that he is puzzled. Why is it so useless for chi practitioners who can enter this place? Disappointed again, it is rare to see a big living person, just the kind of destined person who made a mistake. The handsome man wearing a crown and a dragon robe asked indifferently, the world outside, what year is it today? The young Taoist asked tremblingly, what are you talking about? The man in the blue shirt replied cautiously, it's probably the ancient Shu dialect, I don't understand it well. I encountered a hard point, what should I do? Why don't you give this senior a few kowtows first? It's not good. What's wrong? I don't blame many people. If it works, it's nothing, I'm afraid it will backfire. The man on the dragon chair, who had withdrawn the majestic sword aura that was like rain at a critical moment, still did not sit up at this moment, but just squinted at the 2 guys who broke into the secret realm. All in all. As for the whispers of the 2 living treasures, the man in the dragon robe didn't care. He shook the wine glass in his hand and sneered, can't you understand the words on the stone tablet outside the door if you don't understand what the widow said? Chen Pingan seemed to be watching his nose and heart, pretending to be an idiot. In fact, I don't delay talking to Lu Chen with hard words, but it's not the kind of method used by chi practitioners. It can't afford the ripples of spiritual energy between heaven and earth, and even the heart lake has no water lines. It's just some ideas. Between him and Lu Chen, under the blessing of Lu Chen's Taoism, the 2 sides were no different from speaking. These thoughts, one after another, just move like swimming fish in the waters of their respective hearts and lakes, and of course people on the shore can't see it. Is he the master of the Dragon Palace? Or a sword immortal from Jiaolong? For the genus of the flood dragon in the world, it is not easy to open the body and refine the form, and it is even rarer to become a sword cultivator. In the end, the old owner of this place is still the dove occupying the magpie's nest. It's hard to say for the time being. Anyway, the identity of the sword cultivator is true, and Yupu has been a bottleneck for many years. This guy's background is relatively complicated. I don't know how to do it, but I can turn the dragon energy into pure yang energy, so it is no different from a living person. Yes, it must be the handwriting of the pure yang Taoist friend. Lu Yen, whose Taoist name is Chunyang, used to play in the world before he traveled to the Qingming world, leaving behind a lot of immortal traces, but unfortunately they never spread, and they were not very popular. For example, in the Sun Palace, Lu Yan taught fire techniques to a group of old dragons, stepping on carp into the sea by the quarrying river, riding wooden cranes outside the building, and flying immortals to Qingming. Chen Pingon was a little surprised that there was a Jade Pure Realm sword repairer hidden here. Back then, in order to avoid the dragon slayer, he had to hide here for a long time. It doesn't matter, where can a big fish come from a well, or a small hillside can't grow a towering giant tree. After all, this is just a land dragon palace, and the people are different. The Taoist swordsmanship is not so high, and it is not strange. Hey, this wine glass seems a little familiar. It's a worthwhile trip, a worthwhile trip. A gentleman doesn't take people's favor. I advise you not to be so inauthentic. On the side of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, there have been 5 Jiuquan cups in history. Sun Juyuan, Yan Ming and Qi Tingji each have one. Since there is already a sword cultivator here, whether it's the old owner who hasn't moved for a long time, or the kind of out-of-towner who has arrived first, Chen Pingon has no interest in exploring the treasures of the Dragon Palace. It's just that the sword repairer, who was already a ghost, said something next, so that Chen Pingon didn't turn around and leave immediately. Are you a disciple of the academy over there in the Confucian temple? You Confucians, the so-called way of the university is in the Ming and Mingde. Since there is a university, of course there is a primary school. Before reading, you must know the characters, the shape, the pronunciation and the meaning of the characters. Learning. Since you can enter this place, you are definitely not the kind of Confucian scholar who knows the ancient script and inscriptions outside the door. Why are you acting stupid on the widow's side? Or is it a fool to be a widow? Lu Chen began to clear his relationship and raised a hand. Senior, you must have seen it, I am a Taoist priest. The man sat up, twisted the priceless wine glass in his hand, leaned forward, squinted and smiled. Little Taoist priest, can you finally understand human words now? Lu Chen suddenly looked embarrassed. Chen Pingon was in awe. Headmaster Lu's acting skills, nothing to say. The man asked, is the dragon gate to the Yellow River Cave still there? Lu Chen nodded vigorously. It's still there, just beside the ancient Lingqiu, a lonely city of Wanren Mountain, next to the White Emperor City among the colorful clouds. The man sneered and said, colorful clouds and leaves hang on Lingqiu. Taoist priest Wang Chen has no horse's head. It was the first time that Chen Pingon heard this statement, and he thought of Lu Chen's empathetic voice to help explain the true meaning. Before the construction of Baidi City, it was an ancient battlefield site that was not recorded in historical books, and it was called Ling in ancient times. The hills are towering, and the colorful clouds are like leaves hanging on the branches. In ancient times, the Taoist real people among the gods on the land often went there to practice cultivation, waiting for an illusory opportunity that no one knew. It is said that because my master once admired the moon over there, the Tao Qi there was a little heavier. The number of Daoist priests who just went to Lingqiu to seek opportunities were as many as Christian carp crossing the river, and no one succeeded. I don't know how many Taoist priests, unwilling to return without success, or the soldiers left behind sloughs, or turned into a pile of dead bones there. In the world, Howren has added countless water transports to the world, and later, it was Mr. Zheng who took it into his pocket. Hearing this anecdote, Chen Pingan immediately understood. No wonder Jing Juzhong asked such a question. Lu Chen cupped his hands and said, "Ask Senior to teach you the Taoist name." The man in the dragon robe smiled and said, "The widowhood's name is Reckless Monarch. In the world outside, can it be passed down in later generations?" Lu Chen nodded and said, "Senior, don't worry. From today onwards, the Dao name of Ban Jun will be widely circulated in the outside world." The sword immortal maniac laughed dumbly. His mood was desolate, and he waved his hand. "Hey, race the treasures of heaven and earth. If you can move them, you can take them, but there are only 3 things, only 3 pieces. As for the rank of the treasures, you all rely on your eyesight." After receiving this, the man in the dragon robe seemed to tease. "Wealth and silk move people's hearts, but don't fight because of the uneven distribution of spoils before you leave this place. Since I told you the name, you should know that the widow is a cultivator who likes quietness. So if you want to fight, go out and fight." It stands to reason that the 2 foreigners who strayed into this place should be grateful and thankful. I never wanted to run into someone who couldn't use common sense to speculate. The poor and sour young Taoist priest stared blankly at the wine glass. The older scholar in the Confucian shirt beside him began to look at the dragon chair. The man in the dragon robe smiled and said, "Don't take an inch, they'll give you a stick of incense, and hurry up and hunt for treasures." Chen Pingan was a little puzzled. So easy to talk. Lu Chen smiled to explain his confusion. This guy has average aptitude for cultivating Taoism. He used to rely on foreign objects to get into the realm of jade. Therefore, this place has mountains and rivers, pavilions, lofts, flowers, plants and trees. It is also a blessed place, and it is also a forbidden place. It has become a prison that he cannot get out of. The more we take away, the less burdened he will be. We are just worried that we are too good to talk, but we are suspicious and dare not take things with us. Leaving the secret realm, 3 people, no more and no less, are enough for him to build a bridge to the outside world. Chen Pingan has a guess that almost all the things here have been refined by him. Few pieces left. In a sense, is it a kind of Taoism? Barely able to calculate, the method is relatively clumsy, and it can't stand scrutiny. Compared with Mrs. Lushwiking Tantan's refining method, this one is a lot worse. Since he wants to get out of trouble so much, he didn't use the means of the upper 5 realms, similar to the kind of holding the soul and taking the soul, and refining the 2 of us into puppets. Can it be regarded as a kind-hearted man? He is also suspicious of your real realm and our supporters, worried that we are the kind of masters who are similar to the pure young Daoist, and don't like to show the Dao Fa. Of course, it is rare for a normal Qi practitioner to be detained for such a long time without losing his mind. No matter how much he cares about it, he would have already started it, killing you and me, or borrowing the corpse to revive his soul. Whether it is in my muscles, blood, there must be some tricks to test the depth of our Taoism. It seems that the Taoist title of Manic Jun was not taken in vain. After all, he is considered a half-fellow, so maybe it is the name given by fellow Taoist Chunyang. The man in the dragon robe looked up at the sky with a complicated expression, and laughed at himself. Year after year, nothing has changed, the widow has long accepted his fate, and the eternity is empty and leisurely, and if he judges that this life is not drunk to kill, he will sleep and kill his years, but it is inevitable in his heart. I am apprehensive. I don't know if the Lord of Heaven will see it or not. Lu Qin smiled and said, "The reason why Senior Mano Jun thinks that he can't see through the canopy of the other courtyard of the Dragon Palace, or the bottleneck of the Jade Pure Realm, is naturally because the senior's vision is narrow, and those from the south cannot see the north." He was talking about the senior, but the content of the words was that the senior was instructing the junior. As a guest, he was very rude. The man in the dragon robe didn't get angry but smiled, his eyes playful. "The Taoist priests now speak a lot." Lu Chen stared straight at the Jiaolong and sighed faintly. He was really pitiful for the parents in the world who helped him set up such a dojo. In the dojo, the number of mountains and rivers and the total amount of spiritual energy in the heaven and earth are obviously carefully calculated by experts. It can become a jade, prolong life, maintain a little true spirit as much as possible, and not take advantage of the trend to become an immortal, and the weather is overflowing. Can't hide traces. The genus of Jiaolong, the road of Taoism, or walking through water or winding mountains, so this dragon's son and grandson are destined to stagnate only in the realm of jade, and can only be patient, relying on some kind of heaven's will in the dark. Waiting for someone who is destined to open the door, and at the same time giving him enough opportunities to understand the situation outside, which is why he saw Chen Pingan and Lu Qin, and immediately asked, "How is the outside situation?" In the final analysis, just want to determine whether the battle of killing the dragon is completely over. Lu Qin couldn't help but sigh, saying that the beloved son of his parents has far-reaching plans. Chen Pingan looked around. The dojo field in the secret territory was like a field that had been cultivated repeatedly. "I believe that Lao Long must have left some secret magic tricks in the past years. To cultivate and read the two characters is the long-term plan." Lu Qin nodded. "It makes sense. Studying in academia is the same as doing farming, but you don't ask about the harvest." The man in the dragon robe said with hot eyes, "Relax your heart and take treasures from each other, but as a reward, you must answer a question for the widow. Is there a reconstructed dragon palace in the ancient Shu land?" The blue-shirt guest nodded when he heard the words. The young Taoist shook his head. The man in the dragon robe slapped the chair handle heavily and snorted coldly. Then I saw the two looking at each other, each complaining about the other with their eyes. "Are you lacking in heart since you were young? Have you ever been caught in the head by the door panel?" The young Taoist seemed to be angry. He chose to break the jar and smashed it, and suddenly shouted angrily. A golden rooster stood alone, with his fingers close together, pointing at the man in the dragon robe. "If you die, it will be an earth fairy water dragon, so what? Yes, I will fight with you today. Little evil flood dragon, Dao Master will use Lei Fa to learn and teach you the water magic power of this fellow." After that, the Dragon Gate realm, Taoist priest in a golden core realm, water scorpion, each with their own means, you come and go, fight a chess match, you will meet an opponent, you will meet a good talent, and it is very lively. Chen Pingan had already retreated far away to make room for them, so as not to be affected by Chiyu. The man in the dragon robe stopped and said with a smile, "It's interesting, it's actually a chi practitioner in the Dragon Gate realm, a small Taoist priest. Talk about it, how to make the widow go wrong." Between the words, he was doubtful in his heart. Could it be that the current Aquarius continent chi practitioners are so powerful? Is it from a certain sect Taoist temple? The young Taoist priest with trembling legs, who loses will not lose the battle, laughed loudly. "If you don't fight, you don't know each other, and the gentleman is a friendly way. I won't take the things here. Isn't there a shortage of water gods in the Tifu Jiangshifu now? Since the 3/7 opening was agreed before, then 300 years later, Pin Dao will come and lead him to Qingqing. Under the world, it is enough to cultivate there for 700 years. For this water dragon, it is also a talisman, otherwise he only needs to go outside. I heard that Chen Xianjun has only been out of the mountain after many years, and he will be scared to keep it. Go back directly to this place, and dare not see anyone. If he spends more time here, he will not be able to pass 100 years, or he will be dissipated, or he will become a ghost. If you're not careful, the entire dragon palace ruins will be implicated. A water dragon who has lost his intellect is still a bottleneck sword fairy in the Jade Pure realm. Unless you are willing to take action yourself, or let Xiaomo go here and kill him, otherwise. The one who will cause chaos will not end up being forcibly suppressed by Weibo. If it were an ordinary person, it is estimated that they would ask if this could be regarded as 37k. Chen Pingan just nodded, and it was settled. The man in the dragon robe asked, "Which immortal manor's patriarchal hall are you enshrined in? Which two immortal masters are the apprentices?" Lu Qin shook his head and said, "Offering." "Not at all, the realm is not high enough, and am still a little short of qualifications for the time being, let alone worship. The promotion of inner sect disciples is not qualified. Pin Dao and this fellow Qin Daoist are from not big or small. For example, Dao Yu Chen's mountain top is called Luopa Mountain, which is not far from here, and Daoist man will know when he goes. As for Dao Yu Chen, he used to be as high as me." The man in the dragon robe was once again in shock. Are these two just outside disciples of their respective sects? Lu Qin turned his head to look at Qin Pingan, who was walking slowly behind him. "Fellow Daoist Qin, your mountain top, in our Aquarius Island, is a second-rate sect." Chen Pingan walked to Lu Chen's side and said with a smile, "It's very reluctant. It's the kind of mountain that is at the bottom of the second tier and top-notch in the third tier." Lu Qin smiled and asked, "Dare to ask your friend's name taboo?" The man in the dragon robe hesitated for a moment and said, "Bad Den." Chen Pingan said, "To be honest, it has been 3,000 years since the end of the dragon-slaying battle." Lu Qin agreed, "When we came, we brought wine to the mountains and rain. If we want to come outside now, it's already sunny after the rain." The man in the dragon robe, who claimed to be Bai Deng, sat down on the dragon chair, crying and laughing, and muttered, 3,000 years, 3,000 years. Chen Pingan asked with a smile, "Fellow Daoist man, how did you survive this 3,000 years of living alone here?" Bai Deng returned to his senses, smiled and said, "The ancestral family has a Taoist book, which speaks the righteousness in a small way, and it is wonderful. There are words in the book, look at the eyes with the eyes, listen to the ears with the ears, and restore the heart with the heart." Lu Qin laughed. Chen Pingan moved slightly in his heart and silently wrote down this truth. Bai Deng waved his hand and issued a silent expulsion order. Lu Qin waved goodbye and said with a bright smile, "Fellow Daoist man, see you by fate." After walking out of the old dragon courtyard, Lu Qin smiled and said, "I talked to that Shan Jun, and he understood the dialect, and the shape has been successfully refined now." Chen Pingan nodded and said, "Thank you. Between friends, why be polite?" Lu Qin said with guilt, "It seems that there is nothing to gain, just run for nothing." Chen Pingan smiled. Lu Qin put his hands on the back of his head, ready to go down the mountain, turned his head to look back at Shintan, then go back to school. In the thriving wine shop on the Great Wall of Sword Chi, the second shopkeeper made a lot of money for drinks, plus the income from the few close-to-kill games, as well as the seals and fans sold by Fatty Yan's shop in partnership. It's just that all the money earned by the gods was quietly dissipated by the second shopkeeper in a concealed way. How to make money is the way of life. How to spend money is the foundation of human beings. So Lu Qin knew with his knees what he would do if Chen Pingan gained something here. Chen Pingan nodded and said, "Go back." For some reason, neither side moved. After a moment of silence, the two of them spoke almost in unison, each telling the truth. "Pin Dao finally understands why you chose the name Qin Ji. Lu Qin, you are actually a sword cultivator, right?" Again two speechless. Lu Qin spoke first and asked with a smile, Chen Pingon, take 10,000 steps back and say, hypothetically, just hypothetically, Pindao is really a sword cultivator, can you guess the name of Fei Jin? Chen Pingon asked back, Jiuhao. Lu Qin has a story about swords, a private study built in Yushu City, Beijing, and named Guangqianjian by Lu Qin. And in the theory of equality of things, which was highly praised by the old scholar, Lu Qin also said that there is nothing in the world greater than the end of autumn. Lu Qin's eyes shone brightly, and with a boxing palm, he said loudly, good name. That poor man will take 10,000 steps back, that's it. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.